How to develop your plan. There are many ways of developing and implementing a plan. Here's the approach we have used. Too many people try to set their goals based on how they see themselves through the eyes of others or the media, not how they really are. You are out of shape, so you join a gym, but never go. The result: not going to the gym makes you feel as though you failed at achieving your goals. But that might not be the case. The real reason may be you hate working out inside a gym, or that it's too far away. If you tap into who you are, deep down, as a person, you can often set better goals. Goal: walk or run or bike or hike 3x this week. Next week, 3 or 4x. Next week, 4 or 5x. This combines something you value, being outdoors, with something you want, getting fit. And it takes advantage of your spontaneous nature, since you can walk or run or hike virtually anywhere. So first, find out who you are, your deepest values and morals. And remember that discovering who you are is a journey you're never done. So always be ready to add things onto this category, and revisit the subsequent steps. Work on this list for a good 30 minutes before you go to the next step. Most of us have in our closets or garages that we wanted, but, after getting it, didn't use. Why? Oftentimes, it's because what we've chosen does not line up with who we are. Deep down. Think about the things you wanted, lusted after, but once you had them, the thrill was gone. Make a list of those things. Now, see if the things on that list line up with your core values. If they do, ask yourself, why do I not like this _? Your answers will help guide you in further defining your core values. They may also help you see how much time or money is wasted when we pursue things that don't really fit who we are. Now that you've identified some of your deepest traits, what are the things you like to do that are in line with these traits? This is by far the most difficult part of the exercise, because it's easy to tell yourself you really want something, but it's hard to know if that thing will be fulfilling. So start with the stuff you worked out. Examples: these are some of ours. Yours may be very different. Next, dream a little. What are things that you like to do that fit in with the list you made? For instance, taking a walk with the family feeds two of my core needs. And if we are all motivated and passionate during the walk and happy, then wow! Walking outdoors with a happy family becomes a very fulfilling activity for me. But it's not something I would have picked as a high priority activity before I identified my core traits. Work on your things, but don't limit yourself to your original list. If you find something that you love to do, like sex, but it's not on your original core list, put it on the list. It's not unusual for you to come up with more core items during this part than the previous two. This is one of the easy parts. As fast as you can, write down at least 20 things that you love to do. You may not have done them for a while. Don't take more than 10 to 15 minutes for this. This is not something to think deeply about. This is light-hearted reminiscing, thinking about stuff you've done in the past and enjoy doing. When you have at least 20 things, 30 or 40 is okay. 2. Get 2 different colored highlighters. Mark one set of things that you currently do every day or every week, like go to Starbucks, or listen to your favorite radio show or station. Use a different color for stuff you haven't done in a long time, or at all. Get your list of core traits or values or characteristics. If you want, you can give each core trait an abbreviation. For example, F equals family, equals happy, H equals health, etc. Now, look at your fun stuff list you just made, and next to each item, list any core traits it ties in with, if any. Go down through the entire list, and see what happens. You may have some activities with lots of core items, and you may have some with none at all. This doesn't mean that the non-core activities aren't important. On the contrary, it could mean that these activities feed some part of you that you have not yet identified as a core part of who you are. So go through the non-core labeled things, and think about them. What do they do for you? What part of your soul do they satisfy? If you come up with new core items, great. If you don't, that's fine, too. But whatever you do, Do not take any items off your fun stuff list if you have no core attributes next to it. Unconsciously, we do things that feed our soul, and if you find any fun things that don't make any sense when compared with your core traits, perhaps you are feeding a very important part of yourself but have not yet identified this as a core part of you. Remember, core traits are yours, and yours alone. They don't have to be admirable qualities. They just are. Edit, made a few changes to tighten things up. Next step, taking action. I'll post this soon. Thank you, Russ. This has helped me so much already. Great post, Russ. This is a great starting point for many, including myself. Rep Speed Plus. Looking forward to part 2. Taking action. I too am looking forward to part 2. My wife and I are going on a road trip this weekend, and I believe that we're going to do this exercise. I'm printing it now. Cheers. Dave. Here's a sample of what someone could get for working on part 1: core values. What is important to me? Health, fitness, happiness, spirituality, integrity or honesty, family, growth, music, reading, learning something new every day, helping others, things I like to be around, being outdoors, sunshine, nature, music, conversation, driving, helping others or teaching, growth or new things, family and friends, passionate and motivated people, food preparation and serving, things I like to do, activities, walking or hiking, travel, being with family and friends, conversation, reading lots of varied topics. Favorites are science fiction and self-actualization, driving ISP, top-down W or sunshine, almost anything outdoors, listening to music, eat great food, cooking, watching movies, restore things tied to growth, rejuvenation, lots of other activities. Didn't see this post earlier, Russ. Thanks for typing it up. Part 2. Taking action. You are already taking action. But are they the right actions for financial freedom? It costs money to live. Food, shelter, clothing, everyone needs the bare necessities. Problem is, too often we get caught into consuming more than we really need. A cell phone, cable TV, new cars, new clothes, and new home decor items to match what we see on TV and at our friends' houses. And let's not forget all of the other great toys we love. Boats, including personal watercraft, going out to movies or dinner or for a drink, getting a great cup of coffee, decaf latte, grand, skim milk, please. Or how about that great bottle of wine? Fact is, all of these things are fun but few are essential. The first part of taking action is figuring out your bare essentials. What are the things you must have to live? Examples. 1. Do you need a house? Will an app do? And if you own a home, does it have to be a 2,400 square foot beauty in a great neighborhood, or would that 1,200 square foot row house 8 blocks away and in the same school district work just as well? 2. Do you need a newer car? Do you tell yourself that the reason you buy a new car is that you can't afford the time lost for the problems with an older car? Do you actually believe that? No, imagine yourself driving yourself and the family around in a 6-year-old or a 10-year-old Toyota with 80,000 miles on it. Are you wincing? If you have already achieved financial freedom, and don't have to work for a living, you can drive whatever your plan allows. It might even be a spiffy new car. Or perhaps even if you still get all or part of your income from being an employee, or you own your own business, self-employed, but have lots of loans and car payments. Then guess what? You are taking the why do you have that new car? That 3-bedroom house? Why did you put all that stuff on your credit card last year? As long as you care more about what other people think of you than what you think of yourself, you are going to spend a lot more time in the slow lane, slogging it out day after day at the job or your own self-employed business, trying to get ahead but never really making that huge why. Because as long as what you drive, where you live, and what you wear are more important to you than being financially free, you will be loading your life up with all kinds of useless junk that you feel pressure to own. Imagine if you got rid of everything in the next 6 months, sold it all on eBay and Craigslist, sold the car, sold the house, sold the clothes. Started over. What could you survive on? I'm not suggesting you do this, but you need to get your mind in this place to really seriously consider what it takes you to survive. If your life's dream was to get a college degree, and you had to work nights to attend classes during the day, you could live pretty frugally, right? Live in a small studio, walk to work and class, and live on cheap food. If that was your dream, you could do this, right? Many people have. Becoming financially free is no different. If you truly dedicate yourself to the task, you will change your priorities. Buying that new car is now less important if it's going to add 5 more years onto your have-to-work time. An example: if you had to drive around an old Toyota pickup truck for only 1 year, would you do it? Let's say it would take 3 years to retire if you drove the truck, versus 8 years if you got to drive around in a new Honda. Is driving around that truck still worth it? Each and every decision you make adds years to when you will retire. The car you drive, the clothes you wear, and the house you live in. Load yourself up with lots of stuff, and it will take a long time to be financially free. Think of yourself as a huge semi, full of stuff you don't use, trying to make it up a long, steep hill. How much faster could you scale that hill in a small car with little or no stuff inside? Get some basic reliable wheels, a small, modest place to live, and wear basic clothes, and you will be able to stop working for a living years or even decades earlier. That's really all it is. Each thing we buy sucks away at our freedom. The more stuff we get, the longer it takes to be free. So the first question of taking action is, how little can I live on? What do I need to survive? And once you know the bare minimum it will take, how much does that survival existence cost per month? Coming soon, survival versus happiness. Do I have to live like this? The logic for living on less. How long will it take? My dream life. This hit home. My husband and I were put into the position of having to start over. I would not suggest it to anyone, but it did take us to our core values and needs. Here's what we learned and some techniques to make it through these times if you are there. It very quickly became evident of what was really needed and what things were purely wants. We had to plan on each meal of each day not exceeding $1.84 per person. We found ways to save on one meal in order to splurge on others. We were no longer able to go out for dinner, so we planned our own out meals at home involving the family as waiters and servers. We made a tough situation a fun and learning experience. We also learned how to acquire some of the wants that had. Our entire family had been active in hockey, not a cheap sport to be active in. We volunteered a lot of time and traded for that time for fees dues. We provided childcare and trade for vegetables from friends' gardens. All of these things were done to teach ourselves how to live for under the $20,000, which was an amount of passive income that we had from a retirement. Neither of us were working. Ironically, most of our acquaintances had no idea we were living on such a low income. Most actually thought that we were part of the witness protection program. Lol. After understanding what we could do, we slowly moved forward in the plan by getting jobs that we loved to do, or jobs that gave us knowledge in an area for future use: construction, auto mechanics, and educated ourselves with personal development and business. We knew that real estate was the business area we were interested in. Our journey is far from over, but we are on our way. And even though those starting over days were difficult, the education was priceless, and we would do it all over again to prevent ourselves from overspending and falling deep back into the rat race. What do I want out of and business? What charges me up? I love to create. I love to see my ideas in motion and to see that they work. I love the idea of increasing value not through standard appreciation, but through forced equity in commercial. I want to go back to owning my own business. I want to develop apartment buildings. Just the thought of these two areas make me really happy. I want to create successful apartment buildings, 8+ units. Is this focused enough? If no, what would you suggest? As Klosky, most goal books have you list your goals, or wants, and then you figure out how to get them. This process is backwards. Because we make a list, do all the work, and we accomplish the goals, we feel or worse, we feel bummed out. B or C, all of the excitement and fun of pursuing the goal is now gone, and what we are left with, what we told ourselves we wanted, is not something we really needed. Before I started using this process, I found time and again that when I wanted something in the worst way, But then when I finally got it, I never used it. Or I just didn't feel the same way about it that I did before I had it. The thrill was gone. If this happens, there is a disconnect with what you want, and who you really are. Classic example, girl or guy who is always complaining that they're attracted to the wrong guy or girl. They want sexy bod, great car, what their friends think does not line up with their needs: comfort, wit, security, being at ease. So the first thing we do is try to get your wants in line with who you are, your core values or traits. Start here. The qualities or things that make you who you are. These are the ones I see from you so far. Here's an example of someone else's core values or traits. Have fun, banana : Ross H. Okay, my core values are : honesty, accountability, learning something new every day, cultivating awesome friendships with awesome people, loyalty, stability, happiness and laughing a lot, helping others who want to help themselves, stability, organization in every aspect, personal development, being a good friend, trying new things, pushing my comfort zone, squeezing every drop out of life, trying new things, things I like to be around: campfires, pine trees, good friends, alcohol, SMXP: my dogs, people who laugh a lot, good conversation, passionate and motivated people. People that are achieving their dreams, anything creative, rehabbing a house, painting a picture, writing, etc. Things I like to do: dinner parties with good friends, jog, walk my dogs, roller skating or ice skating, teach, I love that aha moment with kids or teens, laugh, creative conversation, visit this site, flirt with my husband, organize something, very OCD habit of mine. Meet new people, try new things, eat sushi and drink sake in large quantities, dream big, break my big dreams down to little dreams to see how it could be done, push myself, watch an episode of Law and Order after work with a glass of wine, work on my house. Russ, thank you for all the work you've put into this thread. I think I just discovered what it feels like to understand the difference between wanting and your true values. Throughout the process of creating my plan, I know I've wanted to have my work outlive me in the form of creating buildings. But I realized something very important about my values today. I'm at work today, working on creating buildings and trying my best to acquire the knowledge to become excellent at it. My best childhood friend is in town for 24 hours right now. He is taking a tour of San Francisco, walking around, seeing the sights, having a beer out by the bay, etc. As I was walking back to my office after lunch, it hit me. I realized I didn't want to go back to my office. I wanted to be with my friend. I wanted to catch up, laugh about old stories and have a beer with the guy who was my best friend for 17 of my 29 years. No building in the world could ever mean more to me than spending the day with my friend. Not Trump Tower, not anything. Wanting and values. There really is a difference. Wow. I am on the verge of tears as I am writing this. I think that means I'm on the right path. SMXB, me too. Thanks Russ. I really needed to read that today. I won't do any woe is me's, but I really needed to read that just now. It puts some personal stuff in perspective. I was thinking today about focus, and had to laugh because I feel for the first time in my life I do have focus. Even though according to everyone else I don't. I suppose my core values boil down to wanting to own my time. I don't want a business that consumes 40 hours a week on a consistent basis. When I had the restaurant I was there all the time because I loved it. I love the service industry, as long as it is 9 to 5. I don't like property management so much as I dread it when my phone rings. Not good. I like to get plates spinning and then passed off to other people. I just got back from dinner with Wild Ambitions, and I realized that my focus needs to be on apartment buildings. I love everything about them. My concerns, excuses, are that I don't know enough about how to create value, how to get a good purchase price, how much money I would need to have in reserves, etc. Then I was thinking that maybe I should start smaller 4+ units to get my feet wet. Is this thinking on track, or should I focus on jumping into an apartment deal? I think I'm your twin, SMXG. Go girl. I had an idea of my core values, but it wasn't organized. Thanks for putting words to a mumble jumble of ideas I had in my head. You're the only other person besides myself I've heard say they actually like to organize. It can be therapy for me. I have a small business and used to be small-minded by trying to do everything myself. Recently I hired a couple of P&T people to take it to the next level, and it's going great. Win-win. They say everything we do and want to achieve breaks down to how we want to feel. It's not so much about the thing. We want to feel loved, we want to feel significant, we want to feel needed, etc. I think that's what Russ H. is getting at, or at least how I'm interpreting it. I guess when you look at it that way and understand what's at the core, the feeling you want, you minimize being disappointed by the object of desire. Lambo! I never got it on this level before. Thanks Russ for starting the topic. SMX9, to all who have posted today. Thank you. Nurturing growth is a passion of mine and a core value. So I truly love what is happening here. Veskulnsky, you have made a fantastic start. Now it's time to go to step 2, taking action. Hint: we're a few days away from discussing multis or other investments. This part takes some work, unless you already have a budget that you stick to and have everything entered into a program like QuickBooks. Most folks don't. That's okay. You don't need to go that far yet. But having a bookkeeper and keeping track of all personal expenses can be a critical part of exponential growth. Why? Because there are thousands of micro expenses each month. Starbucks, bottled water, $1+ sodas that literally can keep us in the slow lane for decades. You don't realize this until you start adding it up. Exercise for the weekend: get a small spiral pad and pen. Your first entry: how much you spent on the pad and pen. Next, put the pad or pen in your pocket, and go about your regular day. Each and every time you spend any money paying bills, buying gum or a drink, lunch, any credit card purchases, etc., record them in the pad. 0.79 small pad, 0.29 pen, 1.19 Diet Coke, 5.95 magazine, 4.69 fast food, 129.30 new clothes, 54.22 gas for car, 88.50 electric or gas bill, and so on. Here's the key. 2 mistakes that everyone makes are: 1. They forget to write down things, both large and small. 2. Once they start writing things down, their behavior changes. Try to not let either of these things happen. Do this for 2 days only, Sat and Sun. Then report back. Please note that you won't be doing this all the time. This is an exercise to develop financial consciousness. If you are motivated, try to write down what you think your current expenses are: rent or mortgage, prop tax, insurance, car expenses, etc. each month. For expenses that occur only once a year like dental apps or vehicle registration, divide by 12. You're on your way to determining your bare essentials. Russ H. Very interesting you posted this today. I've been following this thread and doing what's asked. Today I figured out my monthly expenses again. Yikes. I thought I was on top of things, but it appears not. A suggestion for people that forget to write things down: if you have a debit check card, purchase everything with this, no matter how small. Make sure it's a check card, because some institutions charge you for debit purchases and not credit purchases. Which is odd since it all comes from the same place. Yes, it may seem weird purchasing your Starbucks with your check card, but it works. Then pull up your account online and it will list everything you purchased. At the end of the month, tally everything up by category and total expenses. Everything else, you can track either through your checkbook or writing it down. Fisher, excellent advice. Make sure you don't carry around any cash or get any cash back from your ATM card. This is superb thinking. ATM cards and online access to accounts were not commonplace when I started doing this exercise years ago. Thinking how to do this smarter, not harder. I like it. Rep points to you for making this process easier. Russ H. I have been working on this and have the first and second part done. Core values. What is important to me: privacy, family, reading, health, acceptance, love, teaching, being helpful, a society of two, being in control over time alone and time with other people, no drama, no unorganized chaos, quiet animals, traditions, traditional things or lifestyles, consistent routines, being home, what I like to be around, oceans, sunsets, dogs, my cigar or my son, Christmas lights, kitchens, things I like to do, read, make sandcastles or walk on the beach, fall asleep listening to waves at the beach, cooking, drinking white wine, sex, spending time alone, spending time with my cigar and my son, word search, puzzles, afternoon naps, teach, forgot to add, watch Law and Order SVU. I know my bare essentials. I drummed my life down over a year ago so I could work less and spend time with my son. I only use a debit or check card, never have cash. I got a PayPal debit card attached at my bank account, so I can track every dime I spend minus my rent just by logging into PayPal, and I get cash back on every purchase because I use my PayPal card. I cut my expenses down to bare bones and there are no little extras that creep in anymore. I have to be disciplined. Little extras we do get, like vacations, my kiddo doing extra stuff like golf or karate, seminars, or anything like that comes from Retaipan. He is above and beyond in the good to us department. Those things are total freebies or bonus points for me and my son. I have really been enjoying this. It is a great exercise. There were no real surprises in my core values. A pretty consistent theme about privacy and being alone with just my cigar and son runs through those and my choice of activities. Looking forward to the next part. I do this every day. For real. I guess I must be a lot more OCD than I thought. That has been becoming more and more clear to me lately. In any case, in addition to spending and keeping the record of the transaction, at least once every 2 days, usually daily, more OCD, I enter it into my Quicken checking account. Sometimes more often if there seems to be a lot of activity, receipts stacking thicker behind where I keep my debit card. My husband and used to have to use cash to do this exercise. But back then, all expenses were planned to the penny. We were living the bare essential scenario. It was not fun and very difficult, however. We learned tons. Wild ambitions. Have you been through the? If you're willing to share your core values or characteristics, all can learn as we go through the process. Russ H. I too have been recording all my expenses for years on Quicken. It was part of my work hard and save strategy to attaining wealth. I also recognize how this activity parallels recording the living expenses on the cash flow card in the Cash Flow 101 game. I extended by making my own computerized spreadsheet for my real life, personal cash flow. Now I can enter prospective numbers on my own interactive cash flow spreadsheet and see how any purchase will affect my monthly cash flow. I am still working on the first 3 steps. Deep introspection and self-analysis is not my strong suit. Thanks for the strategies, Russ. Cheers. You're welcome. My brother, a biker, is also someone who is not into self-analysis. But he does seem to it. I asked him how he gets into the right mindset. His answer, either a fifth of Jack Black, or, more often, after everyone's in bed and I can't sleep, I'll sit out on the porch, smoke a cigarette, and count my blessings. Each blessing I think of tells me what's important, everything from seeing Emma or John his kids smile, to having cold beer in the fridge. Made sense to me. Russ H. Russ. Yes, I have, my husband has, and then we combined a list 2000. I think that was how we came to the decisions that we had to make, the drastic changes that placed us into the bare essential living era. From there we set up a 5-year plan to get us reestablished financially. 2005. We sat stagnant for about a year, not sure of what we wanted to do next, and then last year again to where we are now. Ironically, I copied your post to complete again last week and happened to do it at the same time, different location as Eve. I keep telling her great minds think alike. Something that we also did was to list our core values with which were most important to us. If we had 5 values, we numbered them in order, 1 having the highest value. When we compared our lists, they were not to survive as partners. I would think that this might also work with business partners. We needed a complete list that took into account each other's values. I read in the book series Light Her Life and Light His Life to always remember that one person's core values and morals are just as important to them, as yours are to you. This was particularly deep for me. Anyway, I was approaching the exercise for my personal life because I knew that my husband and I needed to start setting up our next 5-year plan. Our next plan get us to the comfortable stage financially. Our case stages: secure, comfortable, excessive cash, and if desired will be able to continue toward the excessive cash stage. For my own sanity, I have to have all areas of my life in order before taking on a new area, especially one like a new business adventure. Now that I know where I am personally, I will be able to duplicate the process and develop my business plans. This part is challenging for me because my husband loves the concept but is not as willing to make many sacrifices to gain bigger rewards. Financial security is very high on his list of core values. I am the opposite, but my family core value is priority over everything except God. Personal choice. At this point, it becomes a balancing act. Once I knew that from the exercise, yours or any one of many others that I try to do often, it became much easier to develop a plan that will work for us. I'll get my list up later today. Upon further reflection, I have decided that what would satisfy all my core values would be to provide a resort-type atmosphere for families or active couples. I would ideally like to invest. Kliansky, it's clear you continue to dream and plan about investing. Back to the plan. How is step 2 coming along? Wow, excellent insight. Rep points for you. Sharon and I were fortunate in that our top core values are the same. She does love her kitty more than me, but that's a ways down on the list. Trust H. I joke about this, but it should be mentioned, while we have virtually the same core values or beliefs, and likes or dislikes, the things we like are different. For instance, we both love being fit. Sharon is a gym rat, and doesn't like the outdoors much. I hate gyms, and prefer anything outside. We both love listening to music, but different kinds. We're both homebodies, love to spend time at home, but the things we like about home are different. Etc. etc. Hi Russ, part 2 is pretty uneventful for me. So far this weekend I have spent $24.79 on dog food and meds for my dog. If you are motivated, try to write down what you think your current expenses are: rent or mortgage, prop tax, insurance, car expenses, etc. each month. Expenses that occur only once a year like dental apps or vehicle registration, divide by 12. My current monthly expenses are total $3,103 or month. Expenses that aren't covered by rental income, $1,023 or month. A couple of quick corrections: Light Her Fire or Light Her Fire by Ellen Cridman. The ranking insight from above was also learned from a book. Maybe Susie Orman? I can't remember. I recall the book also taught us how to organize our finances so that we would always know what we had. This works great but does not prevent you from continuing to make mistakes, as any human will. Okay. My list. What's important? In order for me: relationship with God, spousal relationship, relationships with my children, family, immediate time, family, immediate health, family and friends, financial stability or security, personal health, not in any order: nature, sunshine, mountains, running water, family, immediate friends, relatives, hockey rinks, sports arenas, new things, inspirational and motivated people, books. Give me a Barnes and Noble, money, activities not in any order: relaxing or coffee on my porch, watching the sunrise over the mountains. Getting together with family or friends for a barbecue or fire in my backyard. Beverages including going to the theater for new movie releases, watching movies at home. Watching movies in bed, limited company. Traveling anywhere. Quiet time just for me. Reading, drawing, layout or design. Wine tasting, this is currently done with friends. From the box as often as possible. Hiking, skiing in the past, shooting guns, playing hockey, yes, chicks with sticks. Playing board game, solving puzzles, Sudoku, mind benders, etc., not jigsaw crafts, designing things to be built or fixed, shopping, sleeping, eating out, dancing, also a thing of the past, camping, fishing, playing sports. Whoa, that's a long list. I think that is all there is for part 1 and 2. More later for part 3. Russ, here are my results for the taking action exercise after having done the exercise and implemented an actual budget that we stick to. for more than a year. Total expenses per month rounded up $3,000. Passive income before taxes and rounded down $2,300. My husband and I both work jobs that we could do forever, just because they are fun. Mine is actually high paying. Love, health, family and friends, never ending personal growth, happiness, tolerance or acceptance, freedom of choice equals lifestyle, individualism, freedom of thought, religion, schedule, personal reflection and rejuvenation, home, financial security, personal safety for myself and friends or family or world, leaving the world a better place than when I found it, make a contribution or leave a legacy, honoring my commitments, responsibilities, being really good at my chosen path, my fiancé, friends and family, accepting, open-minded, non-judgmental people, water, lakes, oceans, etc. Any type of athletic event or sports game, baseball, football, soccer, hockey, etc. Kids and dogs, homes, cities or neighborhoods with a lot of energy, nice people, sunshine, motivated and successful people, go to restaurants and eat great food. Or fiancé, take vacations equals see the world, meet new people, Chicago Cubs equals watch on TV, go to games, watch professional and college football on TV, read business, bios, history, fiction, magazines, go to live music shows, listen to music, spend time with my family, spend time with my friends, read or look at pictures of home magazines, driving around looking at homes and stopping at open houses to look inside. Walk around downtowns or cool neighborhoods, sit outside in busy areas and people watch or listen to inspiring stories. I don't think I've ever watched extreme home makeover and not cried. Play sports, exercise, wear stylish clothes, attend personal therapy, sit alone for hours at bookstores, go to movies, play trivia, mountain bike. I plan to add to this list from time to time as I think of more things. Borrowed pen and pad from office, $56.74. Bar or restaurant bill with friend in town, fiancé, friend and I both spent $56.74, $10.01 to 6-pack of beer for fridge for friend, weekend $20.01, gas $1.64 to 7-Eleven, Coke, fiancé, stomachache $50, my portion of a dinner with a different friend who was in town $385, purchased flight home to Midwest for 5 days for Thanksgiving $5, laundry $47, groceries for week, fiancé and I each spent $47, $41.05, food from Thai restaurant for friend or her hubby who just had baby. We took food over since we know they've been dying for some Thai food but haven't been able to leave house with 3-week-old baby, $206.44, food $20.11, gas $5, laundry. Wow. This was considered a slow, uneventful weekend for me. This is quite the eye-opener. Exactly. It was for me, too. There were weekends that I spent in excess of $5,000 without realizing it. No joke. Russ H. I'm not even 18 and I already have a car payment on a car I don't need. It's more of a want. Good news is, my weekend spending was only $44. Wow, exactly $44. How did that happen? Where is your list? Russ H. I took $30 out for party donations, banana, then it cost me $14 for pickup hockey on Sunday, so $44 even was my spending. But now that I think about it, that's not too good, because I don't make nearly as much as people with a salary. $8 or hour, BGH, lazy penguin, and you never, ever went into your pockets or wallet for any other dollar? No fast food, coffee, sodas, gas, snacks, nothing? Russ In H. the past 3 days I have spent $73.52 on my electric bill today online and gave my son $50 for milk at school. We stayed home all weekend. This weekend's fun Russ, surprisingly not. I usually would. But I told myself before this weekend that I had to start spending my money more wisely. Since ATM I have limited spending cash, since most goes to my car payments or insurance. Total expenses or month $379. Total income, since it varies up hours, roughly $510 or month after tax. ESP.S. I fill my gas tank Monday. Lazy penguin, do you get room, board, clothes, etc. covered by someone else? Russia. I'm only 17, so I still live with my dad in SoCal. So thankfully all that is covered. For the most part, unless I want extras like more clothes he doesn't want to pay for. Basically I can start off on the right foot here soon. Little to no debt, just have to find a better job so I can have more excessive cash be back on later. Go to school greater than less than. Kudos to Russ. He is really hitting it on all cylinders with this thread, and there is lots for all of us to learn. This imported list for 1 week's activity from online account does not include cash purchases, maybe lunches and little deli stops. Also does not include any major household expenses. Most of the money spent is on food and clothing for kids. Could we have saved some money? You betcha. My planning included shifting the energy and focus diligently to increasing revenues and cutting expenses in my businesses. I have also reduced expenses in my maintenance with real estate holdings and have made deliberate attempts to increase rents where allowable. I have also spent more time learning about institutional debt and mortgage holdings and have profited nicely in the markets as a result. The mental perception in developing and executing a plan has allowed this incredible shift in paradigm, has prevented me from expending energy on futile efforts if fights about how much the card is swiped at Target. Anyway, this list looks different than it would have if we did not have a young child. We used to travel to NYC often and visit Philly for nice dinners with friends at minimum $100 per couple. But the list below includes a couple of dinners out, some Toys R Us visits, CVS, Target, BJ's, supermarket, and I think we are actually not spending as much money on ourselves as we have in the past. So Russ, what's the next step? Okay, everyone, 2 hours from now marks exactly 1 month since I posted the first part of Taking Action. Time for the big eye-opener. The first, and most critical part, of taking action is taking a hard look at your expenses. So, you knew it was important. Did you track all of your expenses this past month? We all have our reasons for not keeping track of our expenses. Too busy, don't have that spiffy bookkeeping software installed, had too many other important things going on, family or work or personal obligations, emergencies, projects that needed to get done, etc. Ask yourself this question: have you kept track and been mindful of your out-of-pocket purchases? Fast food, coffee, drinks, small indulgences, etc. Do you know this to the penny? If you answered no, I have just one question. I know some of you have been keeping track of your day-to-day expenses already, for months or years. This post is not for you, and we will be getting to the next step very soon, promise. This post is for all the people out there who truly want to work at developing their plan and becoming financially free. If you haven't kept track of your expenses, why not? Some history. I read dozens of financial books. I'm guessing many of you have done the same. Intellectually I knew what to do, since I had read it lots of times. Keep track of my expenses. Did I do it? Nope. Why not? I told myself I was too busy. I needed some special software, I had projects due, etc. It wasn't until I actually started keeping track of my expenses that my life started to change in a big way. I started to actually see my spending patterns. Some days, I'd forget I was supposed to keep track, and when I started writing down all the things I'd spent money on just in the past few hours, I was just blown away by my spending habits. Money was running through my hands like sand. So, I ask this in all sincerity. If you haven't figured out what you spent on yourself this past month or year, you need to do this. Tomorrow is October 15th, the deadline for all extensions on personal income tax returns. Chances are, by now, you've figured out how much you spent last year. Perhaps not. And my sincere apologies to any of you who feel hoodwinked or tricked. This was not my intention. What I wanted to do with this exercise and the delay of 1 month is have all of us identify what's important to us and then, take the first step by tracking our expenses. In other words, identify the things that mean the most to us. Then, take the very first action step and track personal expenses. Because if you don't know where you are now, you won't know where you're going or how fast. BTW, it's not too late to start tracking expenses. If you haven't already started. It's never too late. Start. If you haven't already. Russ H. Hey there Russ, I just thought that your delay in posting was due to surgery recoup time, which often leads to pain pills, which may lead to zoning out to Elmo on TV. Good to know you are back up to full speed. I have not recorded all my expenses this month, but am starting today. You are totally right about excuses. I created a binder with sheets for each day with the intent to write everything down, and I haven't. Why? No real reason outside of laziness, and I suppose I had a glut of unnecessary expenses this past month that I really didn't want to face. Husband came back from deployment and I spent a lot on fixing the house up. You are 100% correct in that if we want to plan on where we want to be, we need to know where we are. Sorry to let you down for this month, and sorry that I let myself down. Consider this done for next month. Veskulnsky rep speed to you for being the first person honest enough to admit this. Many would read this thread and just pass on. P set off that I was asking them to do something that they hated or didn't want to do. Change is often hard to do, especially if it's not fun. Secret is, once you start doing this, it actually does get easier, and fun on much deeper, very soul-satisfying, level. Hernias and Elmo. Banana. Yes, I had my share of weirdness this month talking about the surgery, but after the first few days post-op, my excuses for not updating this thread were just delay tactics to give everyone the time to really start taking action, or sliding back into old non-productive habits. And as a side note, besides getting the general anesthesia out of my system, I only took NSAIDs ibuprofen. Have a whole bottle of Vicodin. Never took one. I hate pain pills. If my body is in pain, I feel like I should be listening to it, not hiding the pain. Just the way I am to anyone reading this who has not tracked their expenses yet. You won't necessarily have to do this forever. Just long enough to work through the exercise, and see what happens as you become financially conscious. Conscious is the perfect word for this process. It really is an awakening. SMX 7:Russ H. I'm also guilty as charged. I didn't track the expenses for the month. Initially, I thought of tons of excuses, got engaged this month, had extra work trips, etc. But trust, it is all BS. Tomorrow is October 15th, and on November 15th I will post a detailed list of every expenditure I have in that time. That doesn't happen month. SMXP. Congratulations, Sean. Banana, and glad to hear that you're going to track the dollar and a cent. Russ H. I was able to cut expenses this month, but they are still much higher than they should be. There were 3 things that I could have done to cut expenses by over $130 or more, and I didn't do them. On my budget that is pretty significant. BTW Russ the first, like the accountability in this thread. Nice setup. Yup. I friggin' love this place. Coming here is like taking a mental vitamin. Less than starting today. I already have spent 15.50 on stuff I really didn't need. I'm going to carry a little notebook every day and write all my expenses and keep at it. This is where things get interesting. SMX 9:Russ. Damn you for catching me, Russ! SMX 8:. Your excuses remind me of Lagy's example with Brenton a couple of years ago. Try to pick up that pencil. You either do, or you don't. Trying is a don't. Thanks, Russ. Those expenses can definitely be classified as a one-time expenditure. But it was well worth it. We had a great engagement weekend. Thanks again. Bobber, yes, I loved Lay's example. For those that weren't there, Lay dropped a pencil on the floor and said to the class, "Try to pick this up." So someone picked it up. No, I didn't say pick it up. I said to pick it up. We all spent a few minutes thinking about what he was saying. In short, you either pick the pencil up, or you don't apostrophe T. Or as Yoda says, Ross H. I think the word trying generally means I'll stick with it until it gets hard or I lose interest. Either something is a priority or it isn't. Are we looking at all spending or at how we piddle our money away? Cause if we are looking at all spending, I just sent in my last tax return with my last tax payment. I know it should have been paid already, but my estimate was off a little. So anyway, are we talking bills and overhead or just frills? I had a major expenditure error last month. Forgot to enter a large expenditure, knew about it, but completely forgot to enter it, and I rely on what my numbers tell me. Set me back about 15 days. Thank God for good friends Eve to help out during quick needs. Caught up, paid back, and am on track with expected and planned expenditures. Still have not closed on the new house, nod. All in good time. Realized that I don't like planned expenditures for new home setup. Can you say major doodads, and am looking forward to bringing them to an end. I'd much rather use those funds towards investments that can bring in more passive income, which could be used to pay for the doodads. It ensures that I don't have to continue working instead of feeling like right now I have to work. Looking forward to the next lesson. Love one. Wow. What a great postie. Now have to track my expenses and I am not looking forward to that. Okay. Since all you guys are having so much fun, I can't get left behind in no particular order: happiness, freedom, adventure, friendship, fitness, relationship with self, relationship with spouse, being in control, taking action, accomplishment, spouse, family and friends, successful, positive, driven and motivated people, entertainment, clubs, bars, nightlife, Vegas, luxury, bookstores, nature, gym, sports, various reading, investment, financial, motivational, self-help, psychology, studying, investments, thinking, visualizing success, hiking, running, chess, watch movies, going to Vegas, eating, socializing, friends, parties, etc., lying by the pool, traveling, listening to music. All spending in 1 month. Every single penny. Here's the hardest part: try to spend normally, as you would before you started writing everything down. How this part can get screwed up when keeping a journal: the very fact that you're writing things down causes you to change your behavior. Try not to let this happen. If you normally go for a latte at Starbucks, keep doing this. If you buy a Diet Pepsi at Taco Bell on the way home, keep doing this. Just get in the habit of recording it somehow. Ways to do this: only use your ATM card, whenever possible. Most fast food places around here take them, as well as Visa cards. Make sure you have written cash receipt for everything, but just put the rects in a paper bag in your car, office, etc. You can do this for the entire month, and then add everything up. While this last approach will require you to total all the receipts up at the end of the month, it does provide you with the ability to stay unconscious with your spending. In other words, most of us spend money without really thinking about it. If you can continue to do this throughout the month, spending, but keeping receipts or using your card for everything, you will have a more accurate picture of your spending habits than if you consciously think about things before you buy them. Post back here on your progress what is happening. Are you able to stay unconscious, or is the very act of writing things down affecting your spending decisions? Remember, no wrong answers here, only enlightenment. SMXF Ross H. PS. We're only doing this for a month, so no need to freak out about how much time this takes. The effort you spend doing this for 1 month will, over the course of your lifetime, pay you back 1,000 times. Or in my case, it's paid back well over a 10,000x what it was worth. Lunch, ate dinner at home, had an early night. Java monster after gym, property taxes on investment property, new build, hence the low annual taxes, protein shake for lunch at home. Box of chocolate chip cookies, Spent the evening at a social event. No cost. Spent at gas station for allergy medication. Late night stopover at Arby's 5 for 5 special. Invited to friend's house for lunch. No cost. Dinner at home. Spent most of the day reading plus evaluating investment portfolio. No cost. At all meals and snacks at home. Telephone bill total, property taxes, one-time yearly monthly telephone bill. Not bad. But this was an exceptionally low budget weekend. No grocery shopping or dinners. If eating at home was always free and you never had to grocery shopping. What a great life it would be, man. My spending has changed. Trust. I am trying to live normally, but I keep thinking what a pain it will be to write down a cup of coffee, so then I just pop into work, say hi and grab a cup there. I think this will be a good exercise in the end. I will use my credit card for the rest of the 30 days since I started mid-month. I read somewhere else in here your husband just got back from deployment. Keeping spending low must be difficult at the moment. I have not met one single person that comes back from any deployment and does not have a hole in their pocket for the first couple weeks. Perhaps it's easier for married folks, I don't know. After deployment, spending is like an early Christmas for a local economy. It is a really good exercise. I had to do it for different reasons. I had to go from 48 to 56 hours a week to 24 hours a week at work due to my son DX with autism last year, and I was out of control with my spending. It was all cash. I have no credit cards, all I had was my BMW payment and the usual household stuff. My income dropped by almost 65% and I was living 25% above my means before that. Talk about financially unconscious. I never even looked at my checking account. My paycheck went in. I spent it. It didn't take long for me to piddle through my savings from the sale of my home in 2003 at the rate I was spending. Fast forward, retype and had me do what Russ is having people do. It woke me up. I cut my bills and spending until they were less than my income. I got rid of my BMW, pulled my kiddo out of private school. No more tanning. No more nails being done. No more Starbucks, no more fast food, dumped the cable TV, and on. I realize now if I could work full-time again. And if I kept living like I am, just off my earned income, I'd have 30-40K a year to invest or more depending on how much I worked. I was working 40 hours a month just to make my BMW payment. Great SUV, loved it. But I might as well have flushed that money down the road. My life isn't any different without the truck. Well, except I have an extra grand a month in my pocket. I was spending $12,000 a year on a car payment plus insurance and gas. A car that took me from point A to point B. I had that truck 3 years. Imagine if I had invested that money in an asset and not a liability. Hindsight is 20/20, but this exercise really highlights where your money goes and gives you the opportunity to ask yourself if it really goes where you want it to. I'm committed to keeping my spending in check even as my income is slowly going back up. I'm glad all of this happened to me. It gave me a perspective on money and spending that I don't think I would have understood otherwise. I'm looking forward to the next part of this very much. Being cheesy, that's exactly what I'm looking forward to in what I'm doing now. Only I had to get rid of my house instead of a car. My mortgage is eating me alive and I tried to cut down on small stuff, but it was the big stuff that I have to concentrate on. I do understand those little stuff became bigger stuff as well down the road. Looking forward in having less things to pay for and kill my credit cards with extra money, I hope. SMXG. Exactly. Rep points for you. This is one of the big ahas I had when I started keeping track of all my expenses. I was floored at how much I spent on meaningless little impulse items that came home or me and were rarely used to the tune of thousands of dollars a year. I'd buy them unconsciously, on impulse. B or C buying was fun and I enjoyed imagining myself using whatever it was. Lots of dreams. But I rarely used my dream buys. Now I use that money for investing. So I use my dream money to make my long-term, real-life dreams possible. SMX2:Russ H. I've already spent $989 since the 13th. Wow. Totally agree. I always use my Visa check card for everything. Whether it be a Subway sandwich, a pack of Skittles, or new clothes. Yes, I know, I hate having cash on me. I try to avoid having cash on me whenever possible. Why? Because then I am tempted to spend it on stupid doodads. I find when I have cash in my pocket, I am more susceptible to buy unnecessary food when I have pasta I can make at home. Online banking is awesome. Allows me to stay on top of my expenses a lot better than if I didn't have online banking. Lunch at home, $0 free car show, $0 adult beverages at car show, $30 dinner with friends. They paid total $30 Saturday, stayed home for lunch and dinner, $0 Sunday, church donation $120, barbecue $15, groceries $75, newspaper $1.60, dinner at home $0, concert tickets $100, beverages at concert $30, total $341.60, Monday mailed in final 06 tax return with $2,900.00, lunch at home $0, RX $40, sundries $40, dinner at home $0, total $2,940, Tuesday Chinese food $15, total $15, Wednesday lunch at home $0, dinner at home $0, Thursday lunch at home $0, dinner at home $0, total $3,326.60, without the tax bill equals $426.60. We live on nothing. So I revise my estimated liquidity to 20 years. The plumbing company pays for my car, his truck, our other truck, all our fuel, all our auto insurance, all our cell phone and all our health insurance. Next week we are going on another car buying trip, so the car company will pay for the transportation and lodging for this trip. May spend more money on personal when we travel. We'll have to see what we spend that is not spent by the company. How long do the $75 in groceries last you? And what do you not buy? Do you make decisions specifically what you don't buy, or do you just buy anything that suits your fancy? Russ, $75 was just for the fresh stuff for that week, like milk, bread and fruit and veggies. We buy whatever we want, it's just that this particular week we did not need to stock up on many things. We live in the country, so I buy meat and things like that in bulk and freeze it. Also, the $75 does not include sundries, as you will see further down my list. I spent another $40 on this stuff. One of the things about spending on little things is that when you live 15 miles from the nearest Starbucks, you aren't as likely to pop by every day. Janet, I've already spent $67.81 in less than a week. I only get paid about $220 or per 2 weeks. This is without car payments. I made the mistake of having $30 in cash, and it disappeared in like a day or two. Not missed good. This thread. Speed to Russ for running a good exercise in here. Russ, if I've done the first few exercises and I'm now tracking my expenses religiously, is there something else I can do? I feel like I should be doing something else concurrent with tracking my expenses. I feel like there is gold at the end of this rainbow. I'd like to get there as soon as I can. Thanks Seems again. I truly appreciate your passion for this. You could read a bit. Have you already read Rich Dad Poor Dad? Russ H. Thanks again for leading this exercise. I've already read RDPD, but I could always reread. I'm also reading The Real Estate Game and Berger's books on how to buy and sell apartments right now, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself and should reread RDPD and start from the beginning when thinking my plan. A reread of RDPD is always good. I find I learn new things each time. The other book I read that really affected my way of looking at things was Your Money or Your Life by Joe Dominguez or Vicky Robin. Moyle is definitely not fast lane, but it's not slow lane either. The takeaway I got from it was how to make your money work for you. And how much of your life energy you devote to things that are not worth it. A bit of a radical read. Many on these forums would have nothing but problems or it. Sounds like I should be doing a book review on this. Russ H. Takes time, my friend. Being patient is part of this process. Saving every day and watching your money is just a partial part of going to the fast lane. This is controlling your outgoing to be used in better things important in life, such as expenses that may come ahead. excess later on to be used on money-making things like you buy low and sell high, etc. Your next process is to build your asset part incoming from excess money and business, stocks, etc. I'm not rich yet but will be, as I don't want money to be always the reason on a lot of things. I'm finally figuring out my trigger that's making me move. This is important as this is the drive within yourself. I'm in the same boat as you and almost same location since I'm just 1 or 2 hours away from you. Great suggestion. I'm almost done with my reread and I can't tell you how many small points I've picked up. Even though this is my third read of the book. Our only big expense was a mini vacation to my cousin's wedding in Chicago. Although I don't know if spending time with family really constitutes a vacation. Whenever you're away from home, to get away is always a vacation. Unless otherwise you don't get along with the family, relatives you stayed in, then it's not. You can never replace memories and fun with money, but then again it's always easier to create memories with money. Just curious, is more going to be added to this or is it just about the 2 exercises mentioned? So far it has been great. I will add my contributions shortly, Andrew. Lots more. Most are working on the 30-day expense tracking exercise right now. It's not too late to start. Russ H. I try to avoid staying relatives. Just makes things awkward. SMXB, Russ, quick hijacking question here. Knowing that my core values are to own my own time and to live to my fullest potential and do this within a customer service field, coupled with my newfound belief in doing things the fast lane way, should I: 1. Revamp my cabin plan to try to make it fast lane. 2. Stay with the cabin plan even though it isn't fast lane. 3. Start a new plan altogether. I know I need to focus, but I just want to make sure I am focusing on the right target. Any input? This is posted in another area of the forum, but I thought it would be better here. Focus. SMXB, sorry, I just like teasing you every once in a while. Some of the best advice I ever got was from a friend who, when asked about the secret of his success, said, do a simple thing. Well, he attributed every single success in his life to this. Since then, I've been able to take on some real intimidating projects. And I did each one starting with something simple and learning how to do it well. Once I achieved mastery at it and could do it well, with lots less effort, I took on another element of the project. One simple thing. Rinse and repeat. I hope this is not too vague. I'll add a post about conscious and unconscious competence in the next day or so that may make things a bit more clear. As a short answer to your question, why not look at what it is about your cabin rental that makes it slow lane or not fast lane? And start a separate thread on this. Ping me on this thread if I miss it. Russ H. PS. One of the big ahas for us or the B&B was the low occupancy in the off-season. Occupancy was, like, 16% in January the first year we took over. Wanna guess what our occupancy was this past January? 67.38%. Are we also tracking monthly expenses such as mortgage, electric, etc.? Yes. Every penny that goes into, and most important, your life. Russ H. I'm on it, Russ. Like stink on a monkey, I'm on it. We'll post everything. 11 or 16 made a new post on opening up the conversation about turning a slow lane idea into a fast lane one. Can't wait for input. Cool gleamer. The bad news, I've spent almost $2,500 since 10 or 15. The good news, I now realize I'm probably spending way too much. I'll stay consistent until the end of the exercise to see how bad it actually gets. Sean, whatever you do, try not to change your spending habits during this period since you're writing things down. If you do, you won't get a clear picture of what is happening. Keep on it. Russ H. Here's my list: values, learning, comfort, personal development, health, God or faith or religion, family, friends, privacy, peace and quiet, organization and environment, inductive to creativity, feeling good, feeling productive, exercise, rest, nature, going to the beach, camping, respect for people, things, ideas, and animals' intelligence, ability to get along, connection, practice, acceptance, adaptability, good decision-making, action, honesty, humor, dedication or commitment, cleanliness, responsibility, patience, anti-values. I figured I'd throw some things in that make me cringe at the core: winter, poor decision-making or taking too long to decide, racism, selfishness, impatience, impulsiveness, depressed or negative thought patterns, making things harder than they are, unempathetic, jealousy or envious, self-consciousness, overweight or unfit, do-it-myself-idness, repeating myself, listening to others repeat themselves, things I like to be around, good food, good people, movies, music, musical instruments, music festivals, women, books, humor or comedy, water, fish tanks, running water, the ocean, sunshine, comfy bed, rainstorms, clear starlit nights, full moon, autumn, air, spring, positive people, people that like to learn and teach, things I like to do, activities, writing songs and lyrics, producing music, going to the theater, going to the opera, going to the movies or watching movies, going to music festivals, Euro TMS, cooking or eating, reading, driving, camping, fishing, travel, drinking wine. Here's last month's expenses: variable expenses, food and alcohol 241.41, entertainment 88.13, gas 240.84, education 659.99, computer supplies and programs 98.73, postage 3.80, bank supplies 8.50, car wash 8.00, hand drum 150.00, personal care 118.13, interest expense 55.05, fixed expenses, car insurance 93.51, car payment 140.55, credit card payment 176.00, cell phone 118.09, retail expense paid off 2,556.19. I'm hoping that a lot of you are tracking every single penny that goes into and out of your lives right now. It's a pain, I know. Funny thing is, when I was putting my way through college, this is exactly how I lived. I literally relied on every single penny, well, okay, every dime in my day-to-day existence. Each month I couldn't afford something like electricity, or phone, or food. It was always something. I finally got a job at Domino's Pizza and took home all the bad orders that no one ever picked up, and just lived on frozen pizza. I was a hero to my roommates. Then I got a bit entrepreneurial, and started selling some of the bad orders at the dorms. I'd just bring the bad pizza along or me, and auction it off in the lobby. Made an extra $20 a night that way, which didn't sound like much, but it was enough to tip things to the point where I could start paying all of my bills, and still have $10 or so left over each week. So many of us go from having our parents pay for everything to getting that first big job that we often bypass the struggling for every single penny stage. Being constantly broke and needing or tracking every penny is no fun to go through, but it's great training for becoming financially conscious of what is happening to your money each month. We're going to hit the next step in the following week. For those that have been tracking things for a while now, and want to do something extra before we hit the next step, I'd recommend reading Your Money or Your Life by Joe Dominguez and Vicki Robin. While it is not fast lane thinking, it has some incredible, life-changing observations. Reading it changed the way I looked at money and work forever. I only wish I'd read it when I was in college. It would have been perfect timing, given my financial consciousness at the time. Hope you all are keeping up with the expense tracking. Really tracking the pennies is where the big ahas come from. Sh. Okay, I haven't read the full threat, but this one got me into tracking down my daily finances. So I googled for some web service that would allow me to keep my accounts online, from my desktop and from my mobile, so I couldn't forget my spendings. I signed up for Wikis, a free financial tracking service. I have been using it for a few days now, and I can say that it really make me see my spending habits are a lot worse than I thought anyways. I think everyone should give it a try. It's free and useful, not bloated desktop for simple things. Bump.m equals money life transforming relationship or DP or 014028678 or F equals PD underscore BBS underscore SR underscore 1 question mark E equals UTF-8 and S equals books and kid equals 11945593881 and SR equals 8 to 1 your money or your life or me and Russ. How is everyone doing? Have you been able to track expenses for a whole month? It's not easy. Things that are worthwhile seldom are. Russ, I started 2 weeks ago and I'm getting really scared about my spending habits. Really eye-opening. At the end of the month I'll post my results. Okay, great to hear. It's a pain to track every penny, but as you are discovering, it's eye-opening. The things you find by tracking expenses for just 1 month are enough for most people to wake them up financially. It was a life-changing exercise for me. Russ H.P.S. coming soon. Conscious and unconscious competence. I mentioned earlier about tracking expenses with a debit card. I am 1 or 2 months into tracking this way, and to be honest I don't think it's the best way to go. I simply don't check what I am spending enough. For some odd reason writing down the expense in a spreadsheet hits home more than just reading it on a bank statement. It also forces me to look at my expenses more often. Bank statements are great to start off and see where you stand initially, but for cutting spending I think writing down each expense is better. Just some food for thought. I recommended it earlier, but anyways, I'm using to track my expenses. It's very easy to use, free and supports management from my mobile, which helps me to track every penny all day long. You can also define categories. When you log in, the site shows you the average spending by day, and you can see charts with categories. Very cool. Thanks Russ. The first used to be a lot more organized with my money, until I managed to get some in my pocket. This is my last month of silly spending. In these 2 weeks I've found a lot of doodads in my life that I wasn't even aware of. Russ, tomorrow is 11 or 15 and we'll end my month of tallying each penny. I will post everything in the next few days. I bet I spent the most of anyone. Should be interesting. Can't wait for the next step, which I hope deals with my out-of-control spending. Best scenes: groceries or eating out, $326.87 OMG. Lawn care, $80. Cleaning, $120. Wedding gift, $100. Hair app for wedding, $100. Car payment, $325. Student loan, $250. Parking, $24. Gas, $120. Haircut, $45. Shopping, $262.47. Mortgage max relax, $600. Mortgage number 2, $250. Utilities max relax, $278.58. Catalog order for school, $33.75. Mortgage cozy cabin, $792. Utilities cozy, $104.50. Credit card payment, $3,349.47. Not normally this high. Ordered 2 pieces of furniture. Walmart, $77.15. Bofa, $250. Total, $7,488.79. So after regaining consciousness from the shock, here's my explanation. And here's what I learned. 1. The cabins pay for themselves. I was just listing expenses, not income. What I learned: I have been chugging along thinking that I'm doing pretty good financially. I mean, I pay all my credit cards off in full each month, and I have 5 months of expenses in savings. That's great, but that's only half the picture. I realized that I was spending unconsciously. As soon as I started tracking expenses, I had a really hard time spending normally. I couldn't help but think about where my money was going, and found myself less likely to buy random things like a Diet Coke at the store. Also, I became aware of how scattered not that I am aware, I am less scattered. During this exercise, I misplaced my spending log about 4 times, and only saved about 30% of the receipts. Since I have found this exercise to be so valuable, I bought a little book yesterday. 99 that I am writing down all my spending and then I am putting the receipts into a little pocket book. I am really excited about where this exercise will take me in the coming month. As a side note, I also began writing about who I am, and who I want to be and how to bridge the gap. This exercise has been leading to some interesting realizations about what else I need to change in my life. Thanks, Russ. Here is the damage from 10 or 16 to 11 or 15. 1. Rent $1,550. 2. Renters insurance $45.77. 2 months payments. 3. Cable $554. PG&E $505. Verizon cell bill $93.271. Friend number 1 $500. He loaned me this for my engagement weekend. 2. Friend number 2 $1,003. Assistant $10. She bought me coffee and breakfast one day. 1. Lease payment $349.012. Car insurance $231.663. Gas $197.114. Tire rotation $365. Car wash $6.50. 1. Personal therapy $4,002. Doctor co-pays $50. Visited twice due to bronchitis. 3. Medicine $31.67. 2. Antibiotics. 4. Dry cleaning $14.505. Haircut $401. Mint payment card $892. Mint payment card $1,513. Mint payment card $504. Mint payment loan $3,295. Mint payment card $106. 406 minutes payment card $195. I will comment after the shock of this wears off a bit and allows me to clearly analyze. Crickets chirping. Anyone else count their expenses? I guess not. Well, I'm really glad I did. I had put off doing it the first month because I felt like I understood what Russ was going for, so this was all just a big hoop I didn't really need to jump through. After all, I've got money in the bank. My bills are paid and I have no credit card debt. What an eye-opener. I am still charting my expenses and have reduced them by almost half. I am living and spending more consciously. What a great feeling. Russ, you're killing us here. What's next? Banana. Sorry. Totally my bad. KT. Mom and I all have the flu or something equally obnoxious. Being up at night or the little one tends to make these things last a bit longer since neither of us is getting a good night's sleep. Also means I have no energy. I've been working on the next part offline. I'll post it soon. Russ H. This is a great exercise. For me, I gathered all my credit cards and opened one up for $20,000 limit and transferred all my cards into this since the card is 0% till 2009 and gives me time to pay it off. At least this way you'll get to track only one card and see all your spending as well. Also, every set day of the month pay as much as you can. If you charged $500, pay back $500, so there's no percent charges if your card has certain percentage. If you pay less than charged in whole month in time, it will creep up on you until it's maxed out. I also opened another card for my shopping at Costco only for foods and the other card for gas, clothes, etc. Keep in mind, just because you have an open card doesn't mean to use it and max it. Use it wisely with great control or it will control you. Lots of folks who track their expenses just use their ATM Visa cards. Accepted as a Visa CC anywhere, and no charges to your account, plus, you can only spend what you have. No credit. Russ H. Hey there Russ, sorry to hear the whole crew is down and out. How miserable. My favorite part of being sick is milking it for all it's worth. Hard to do when everyone feels miserable. SMXB, lol. Take some time off, have a nice bowl of chicken soup and get back to us when you can. I've been tracking my expenses with this Excel file. I simply changed some of the items to fit my needs. I used my monthly account statement to figure all my expenses. I was doing really well this month. $300 under last month's spending. Then I received my cell phone bill. $200, normally $50. First month I've ever gone over. I picked up this plan because I was told I would be notified if I went over my minutes. Apparently no such thing exists with this company. My fault for not verifying it in writing. I will be switching companies though. The rep claimed they are not responsible for what their salesman states. I told her, that's fine, you'll be losing me as a customer for that business practice. Oh well, I'll try to lower expenses next month. I'll have to watch my minutes better. Kinda stinks though. I was rather enjoying watching my spending or dino. Feels like I got tripped before the finish line. '1 I am clearly living above my means. 2 My debt is killing me to the tune of almost $1,000 per month, and this is only minimum payments! 3 My car is costing me a lot more per month than I realized. I didn't realize the effect of gas, maintenance, etc. In addition, I'm taking in my car tomorrow because my brakes are making noise. Sure to be additional cost there. I also never calculated my fast-track bridge toll charges, which is another $50 a month. This is automatically deducted, so I forgot about it. I need to have a car for work and $530 of these costs are reimbursed to me each month, but it's still another $300 plus out of my pocket each month. When my lease is over, I definitely need to downgrade. Honda, here I come! 4 I spent almost $1,000 on food and drinks. That is something like $32 per day. Wow. I spent about $50 each Sunday at the grocery store, which I feel is a necessity, but that means I spend almost another $800 eating out. Wow. 5 I live in an expensive area and seem to spend accordingly. Holy crap, this is bad. Let's recap. If you're truly, madly, deeply involved in this exercise, by now you '1 identified your core values and characteristics, examined your needs, wants, and likes. 3 started to take action tracking your daily expenses, identified some spending habits and expenses that are, well, eye-opening, and, if you've been casually reading this thread, following along, but not doing the exercises, chances are you're no different than before you started. SMX4 So, a quick time out to ask those who have read, but not done, these exercises. Most of us are here because we are working towards being financially free. We feel a deep need, a drive, a burning desire to make more of our lives than the 9-to-5 drudge that everyone else around us seems to think is the only way to go. We think there is another way. A better way. But here's the problem: no matter how much desire, or passion you have, or how frustrated you are with a rat race existence, nothing is going to change. Nothing. Until you start. So, I ask the readers, not the doers, of this thread one last time. You know the answer, of course. Are the only thing preventing you from doing these exercises, taking control of your financial future, and moving ahead. How long will you let this continue? Until you're 50, 70? In the ground? If you've been doing the exercises, chances are you've had a few big surprises, especially this last phase, tracking every penny going into and out of your life. If you're in shock right now, that's absolutely normal. For some of you, this is the first time you started to become financially aware of what's going on in their day-to-day lives. Kinda like waking up from a dream. When I first did this exercise, I felt like I had awakened and was now living a nightmare. My first reaction was shock, then denial. These expenses were unusual this month. Then, after I'd tracked expenses for a few months, I discovered to my horror that I had unusual expenses each and every month. Dang. Turns out, I was just being a typical American consumer. Eating out, driving my cars, and buying stuff. Buying lots and lots of stuff. A sickening amount of stuff. Stuff that I never used, or used only occasionally. Stuff. Those of you that are pack rats know just how much stuff you buy and never use it accumulates and takes over your life. And those of you who are adept at purging things that aren't used have been spared the awful truth, that you are essentially working hours or weeks or months, to buy much stuff, of which you never or rarely use. By getting rid of it, giving it away, loaning it to friends, throwing it out, or selling it cheap, you are like a tub full of money with a slow leak at the bottom. As you constantly get rid of the things you don't use, you don't realize just how much all of this stuff is costing you. This realization affects everyone differently. Some folks who purchase start hoarding, never letting anything go. This helps identify how much is coming into your life by stopping the leak of purging. But in most cases, it's terribly depressing. Stuff piles up, and you feel out of control, like your stuff owns you, and not the other way around. Others, the pack rats, often start purging via garage sales, donations to Goodwill, anything to rid them of the stuff. Neither one of these approaches is particularly healthy, but both are pretty normal reactions to waking up and realizing just how much stuff you have and don't use. The route I took, once I realized how much stuff was weighing me down, was inspired by a quote from Henry David Thoreau. I looked at my life, and at what I spent, and for virtually everything I asked, and most important, after doing this for a few weeks, I was stunned. Virtually everything in my life was nice to have around, but not essential. Another way to look at this is, if my house was on fire and I can only save what I can carry, what do I choose? This assumes that every living creature in your home is already out safely. What I would my answers back when I first did this exercise as a single guy, 15 years ago. I'd grab my photos from traveling the world and my guitar. That's it. Everything else could go. Everything else was not essential to me and was replaceable, on some level. Note that this was 15 years ago, when I was a younger, single guy. My list is shorter. The only things that are absolutely essential to me are my family and pets, which were excluded in the above exercise. Everything else, while nice to have, is just stuff. It can be replaced, and if it can't, I could live just fine without it. I know what you're thinking. He's full of CRP. He'd grab something if he had the chance. You're right. I'd grab my laptop, or backup hard drive, because I have so much of my life in there, past work, etc., and my wallet, because it has my ID and credit cards, enough to survive without anything else. But both of those things are not essential to my continued existence. I could live without them. Time for some fun. Remember, this is not a real fire in a real fire. You get you and your loved ones out right away, and don't go back inside! Could you live without all of your stuff? If not, what is essential to your life? What are the things you cannot live without? Remember, people and pets are excluded from this exercise. Let's assume that, if you have insurance, it would cover the losses within 30 days. I've been thinking about this all day. I honestly can't think of one thing I'd grab. Obviously, if I had to, I'd bring my wallet and computer hard drive. But even pictures, etc. are stored in my head also. I've had the experiences, been in the moment. Wow, not sure what this says about me. Either I'm pretty simple when you boil it down, or I don't like much stuff. And actually, as I look back on my spending, although I spent a lot more than I should have, most of it was spent on experiences, dinners with friends, trips, good wine to drink with friends, etc. Another aha. Money to me is for the important stuff, travel and experience all life has to offer with people I love, while not worrying about the cost of the experience. I'm still trying to digest November's tracking exercise, but thinking about this, well, I think the only thing I would take is my hard drive. No wallet, no PDA, TV, DVD, home theater, printer, watches, glasses, shoes, PCs. I have 5, smks, cloth, crap, SMX4: thanks Russ, I'm in debt with you man. Tomorrow I'll post my tracking. Any more exercises? Since I started this exercises I have purchased extra online storage for a bargain price, and I have stored about 50% of my most important things online in addition to being on my laptop. I am working on other things that I want to store off-site. There is nothing I would take but my purse and my laptop, and in a few months I won't even need my laptop because I have personal and business items backed up on 2 different off-site backup services. It's all good. Janet's holding down the fort. Russ, since I am now taking action in the regame, it is befitting that I start to participate in this thread. While it will take me some time to figure out my plan in detail, I will immediately begin tracking my expenses. May the force be with you, Ryan. Russ, I think I'd grab the. About 2 years ago, we sold everything. Well, Okay, not quite everything. We kept everything else went. Furniture, knickknacks, appliances, sports equipment, all of it. It felt a little strange at first. But oh, so liberating too. Everything we owned fit in our car and we hit the road. Now we think twice before we bring something new into our home. Oftentimes, it is just clutter. Something more to clean. Today, what would we keep? Laptop. Important work docs there. Would take time to replace photos. Great responses. Bobo, a fire extinguisher. Now why didn't I think of that? SMX8 Janet, can you share how or where you do online storage? I think this is a perfect tie-in our plan, as it reduces the amount of stuff we need to move on. I think of it as just another kind of insurance. The more appropriate insurance we have, the less we lose if we have a fire. Storing all the photos and essential files off-site, online means I can actually grab that fire extinguisher, and not worry about other stuff. Sean, rep points for you. You are really growing as this thread progresses. It's fun to see and be a part of your growth. Sonia, have you read year off round world or DP or 1,885,211,651 or F equals PD underscore BBS underscore SR underscore 1 question mark E equals UTF-8 and S equals books and kid equals 11969666692 and SR equals 8211 year off or on. It was out of print for a while, but now it's back. I just got it. Ryan and Hawkeye, welcome, and we look forward to seeing your results from each part of these exercises starting W or core values or characteristics. And yes, there are more exercises. But you need to know your monthly expenses and what is essential stuff before we can do them. That's next. As soon as we get a few more stuff, I gotta have posts. Russ H. I've got that book on my bookshelf. Love it. My name ain't around the world for nothing. But I won't go on and on as I don't want to hijack your thread, SMXB. The only thing that I would grab is my cell phone to dial 911, perhaps to call my extended family to let them know we were all okay and my husband's meds. We, like around the world, sold almost everything back in 2001. It was a great experience. Difficult to let go of some things at first, but as we sold more and more, it was easy to let go. Not many things were missed and none of what was missed was essential. In 2006 we placed everything we had except for what we felt was essential to live on, actually to set up a household, and moved to a new state. There was no insurance money to replace anything because this was by choice, but we had everything we needed. It all fit in a small pickup, an Explorer, and a trailer. 1.5 years later, we still have not gone back to pick up the stuff in storage. Eventually we will, but that stuff is just the fluff to living. It just makes living more enjoyable. Last month during the San Diego fires, I thought about what this exercise is illustrating. We have family in San Diego, all were evacuated and thankfully no one lost their belongings. They grabbed legal paperwork, insurance policies, birth certificates, etc., and one-of-a-kind things like original artwork. Wild emissions meds. Now that's something I had forgotten. It would be much harder to get prescripts refilled when you don't have all the info on the bottles. Since part of my plan is to take or need to take as little as possible from that burning building, I'm going to put all of our prescription meds on a spreadsheet, or contact info who prescribed it, etc. We'll also scan and attach any script from the physicians, so we can reprint it in an emergency. Just having one pharmacy or all of our prescriptions seems to be the best way to have a backup here, as well. But you're so right, having a few days worth of meds is essential. Thanks for bringing this up. Our important papers like birth certificates, etc., are all packed away in safe deposit boxes or scanned copies in the computer. But they weren't until we did this exercise a few years ago. Russ H. P.S. In case you haven't guessed, this exercise applies to a few things. It identifies what your essential stuff is. And it helps you realize that you don't have to wait until a fire or some other major catastrophe, like a tornado, flood, or burglary to protect your valuables. You can implement these safeguards, and be in a much better place. Banana. What? I thought of something that Russ didn't that was actually useful information and got no reply. Geez, what's a gal got to do? Okay, don't really answer that. There is actually more problem than not just having the info on the bottle. If you have recently refilled, sometimes pharmacies will not allow another refill. We went on an extended vacation a few years ago and needed more meds than we currently had. We were not allowed to refill even though there were more refills allowed according to the bottle. The pharmacy explained that there was too much of what we had already to have a need for more that soon. After we explained the reason we needed them early, they did allow for part of the refill to occur but could not give us the entire refill. It messed everything up for the duration of that prescription which had 4 months of refills remaining. Sorry, Wild Ambitions. You deserve rep points for lots of things in this thread. So you got no rep points for the fire extinguisher, Bob, just in case you were wondering. Russ H. Thanks Russ, seriously, this is a great thread. And I am glad to be part of it. Can't wait to find out what is next. In the meantime, I plan to use a number of the ideas suggested that I haven't done into my personal life and implement all of them into my business. I want to be able to have what I need business-wise available when I need it as well. Okay, I've been following this thread all week, time to get on board. Quick background. 40-year-old teacher. Been teaching for 11 years now and am getting burned out. We have our first rental. A whopping $30 a month cash flow, but I only owe 10 years on a 15-year note. We are ready for the next step. I had just gone through our financials for last month before I found this thread. Core values: happiness, family, stability, music, favorites, NASCAR, working on vehicles, playing music, travel somewhere nice every summer, camping, beach, building things, driving, cooking, beer. Going through the budget was very revealing. Lots of places to cut back, but we also were on vacation for 5 days at the beach, fishing, and a 3-day weekend for NASCAR at Texas Motor Speedway. So that is probably why we can't account for $325.00 bait and camping fees. We rarely carry cash on us, so I used our bank statement. Budget tracking for 10 or 20 to 11 or 20. Total net income $7,026.00. Food $201.30. Fast food greater than $100.00. Mortgage $1,150.00. Mortgage to $950.00. Electric $332.65. Gas $40.00. Water $86.79. Car insurance $125.00. Student loans $395.00. Internet $56.00. Dish $51.00. Credit cards $1,010.00. Phones $156.00. Last truck payment $166.13. Both vehicles paid for now. Clothes and miscellaneous $231.30. Vacation expenses $150.00. Gasoline $342.79. Auto mint $38.85. Business expenses $250.36. Nail salon for wife $83.00. Immediate plan is to get the beer budget down to less than $300.00 a month. Take a debt consolidation loan from credit union to pay off all credit cards, reducing monthly from $1,010.00 to around $550.00 for 5 years. Sheesh. Why don't you buy it by the pony keg and get a tap? Gotta be cheaper. Almost 10 grand a year for beer and ciggies. And I thought my Chinese food habit was bad. Russ H. Well, Russ, you don't want to see our travel budget. Lol, that's our vice. Makes the beer and ciggies look frugal. I do this with projects. Bring it back to the bare bones. What must be done. Really look at the have-tos and ensure they truly are. If you think about it, you don't have to do much. As for what I would take in a fire, everything I need, I either carry with me every single day: passport, ID, etc., store a copy with someone else, I.e. the financial advisor, or it resides online somewhere. If you truly care about those photos, put a copy online. Stuff isn't that important to me. You will see benefits over and above financial savings. Kindly, a family that has been there. It becomes so easy to swipe the card every day at the convenience store and never think twice about. Hey, we are both professionals making decent money, right? Coco problem is a 12-pack of beer and 2 packs of smokes almost daily adds up quickly. This is the first time we have sat down and looked at the bank account line by line. Came as quite a shock. Quit smoking and cut way back on the drinking and we can afford our next rental. Time to change some habits. I use QuickBooks and have a backup account for that with Intuit. I also have a online backup with I use Logmin to access computers and it seemed like a natural to use the backup service also. I also have an account with Talk About Life-Changing Events, Rep points on saying or in this case writing it out loud. Keep us posted on your progress and keep this for your success story. It is powerful, SMXG to grab after family members, pets, and fire extinguisher, cell phone, wallet, laptop, journal, keys, or maybe just marshmallows, hot dogs, and a stick. Need to do scan important documents and create backup file, picture or video of possessions for insurance and receipts by a fireproof safe. No meds to worry about, so I think that covers it. Now to point out the elephant in the room, losing things in a fire is a bit different than selling off your possessions, which some people have mentioned. Loss to a fire may or may not change a habit or attachment to the things you buy. But I think it takes some serious willpower and conviction to sell off the things you have worked hard to acquire, regardless how useless and cluttersome those things may be. This is from the outside looking in, as I have never lost anything due to fire or be sold off all my stuff, but as was mentioned in previous posts, it is hard at first, but after you are rid of the clutter you really do not find yourself needing it. I think this is a good point. When I was a kid, our house got robbed. The thieves took even our clothes. Anyway, we had insurance and they covered all the losses. That didn't change our puff about stuff. In fact, after that my father and mother went out and bought a larger TV, SMX. Come on people. Post. Can you tell I'm ready and excited for the next exercise? Thanks for doing this, Russ. Scenes, banana. I'm still recording everything. My turn. F family. I being with intelligent, open-minded and passionate people. T travel. CP work in my own projects, especially computer-related. M movies and music. L learning. S spirituality. H help others. Play. Cash flow. 101 with friends. F L have deep conversations with insightful people. I S credit card. $381 bank loan, $616 office setup, network stuff, $700. December will be a lot more, smks, entertainment, movies, restaurants, gadgets, etc. $495. OMG, bottled water and cigs, $167. Books and cash flow. 101, $370. Car, gas, insurance, taxes, mechanic, $859. OMG, Coco, utilities, phone, cell, $213. Health, dentist, braces, $1,779. Only one payment this month. Clothing, only. Barber, cloth, $40. The rest is in the CC. $5,620. If my parents' house in fact would burn on fire, I would only grab my hard drive as I stated before. Okay, I think I'm going for a drink until Russ tell me what to do. Leaving. I actually have been in a house fire and lost everything before. When I got out of the military I moved to Myrtle Beach, SC with a couple of buddies. We lived on the second floor of some apartments. We had grilled chicken on a hibachi on the back porch the night before. Next morning people were banging on our door telling us the apartment was on fire. The hibachi had caused the insulation to catch on fire in the walls and smolder all night. I had time to get some shorts on and grab my guitar on the way out. We came back for a second trip and as we entered the front door the back sliding glass door exploded in flames. We got lucky in that one of us had put 100.00 in our waterbed mattress so it didn't burn. Since I was only 21 or 22 at the time, my guitar was the most important thing to me. Now I would get the family out first and get at least one vehicle away from the flames. I would love to get my hard drive with music for my DJ business because that would be the hardest to replace. Might be time to look at packing that up and keeping it somewhere else. Good on you. You have just made the first big step towards staying financially consciousness. Russ H. Okay, time to extend the stuff concept. If you've been following along, you now know what you absolutely need in case of a fire, your bare minimum essentials that are irreplaceable, or at least in the case of prescription drugs, essential to survival. Now comes the hard part. Let's assume you have to move, and you must leave most of your belongings behind. Similar to the fire exercise with one catch, you will not replace anything. What you take now is all you will have to live on. And here's the kicker. You need to bring only the things that will keep you happy, and allow you to continue living the life you choose. So, if playing video games is an essential part of your life, you must list the game console, the actual games, and whatever device you need to play back or view the games. If you completely get rid of something like all of your kitchen items, or your bed, you need to mention how you plan to eat, or how or where you're going to sleep. This list takes longer, and it requires a lot more thought. It may start out as a total inventory of what you own, great for insurance purposes. And from there, you may whittle down things to only those essentials. Whatever you do, remember the two rules. Keep in mind that you can take an inventory and just say, here it is. Or you can look at each and every item you own, and ask, how does this contribute to my life? I did this or an Excel spreadsheet, putting estimated replacement value in the column next to each item, and using another column to mark the item as essential, or not essential, and which non-essentials I needed B or C they made me happy. You could also do it as a Word doc, but it's a bit more work to sort things. Save it on your PC, and we'll find a place somewhere online where we can post the files. Russ H. equals V equals DN1U6TZW YouTube, George Carlin. I tell you, there have been two major pieces of advice that I've gotten from this thread. 1. The tendency to just shrug this exercise off and think that it won't make a big change in your life is huge. The fact that you had said that when you did this exercise you thought the same way, but did it anyhow with big results made me do it. I guess originally thought, yeah, I get it, latte factor crap. I can just skip the lattes and it's the same as doing the exercise. And I thought this type of exercise is more for people who have no idea about what's going on in their financial life. I mean, I pay my bills, I have money in the bank and I live within my means, so I wouldn't gain anything from this exercise. Now that I've been doing this for 2 months, my financial life is much improved and it's become kind of fun too. I had chalked up about $1,100 of my first month's expenses as one-time expenses because they were for furniture, so they didn't really count. You had made the comment that every month we can justify expenses that don't really count. There is always some reason: birthdays, Christmas, office party, new furniture, etc. Pay attention to these as they can really be the dark horse in your race to financial freedom. Ahas that I've had: 1. My level of attention to my finances is good, but to get to where I want to be it needs to be great. And this is just the first step. 2. This exercise is not about tracking lattes, it's about waking yourself up from financially sleepwalking. 3. The changes that you will make in your life once you wake up are amazing, and there is a trickle-down effect. I hope this encourages other people who are or were unmotivated to do this exercise. If you do this exercise, you will make changes in your life consciously and subconsciously. You owe it to yourself to do this. Points for you, Vesklensky. Your insights are exactly why I did this thread. For years, I read books that gave me all kinds of good ideas and strategies for wealth. I felt that if I understood the concept, I had gained the value of whatever exercise the book wanted me to do. I was wrong. As in life, the key to success is doing, not reading about it and thinking how cool your life will be if or when you do it. We talk about the fast lane all the time here. The fast lane is about doing. Not just talking or dreaming about it. Russ H. Derail. I noticed a lot of folks mentioning they would get their hard drives out in case of a fire. Please don't. I hope that the only true asset you take out of your home is you and your loved ones, pets included. I don't believe a hard drive is worth risking your life or worse your family's life over. I have several years' experience of fire response. The first 2 minutes of a fire are the most critical. Most people don't die from the fire, they die of smoke inhalation. Do you really want to risk that over a piece of plastic? There are better solutions. They now make fireproof external hard drive cases. They can withstand 1700 degrees for 1 hour. Most home fires don't break 1000 degrees. If that plan isn't the best for you, make backup copies of your hard drive. Put them in a plastic bag and then in a fireproof safe. Make sure the safe is made to keep temperatures below the melting point of plastic. Most are made for paper, which are designed to prevent combustion of paper, not melting of plastic. Two very different temps. If you have photos and they are that important to you, there is an even cheaper alternative. Online storage sites are more than big enough to hold your photo album and are oftentimes free. A scanner is $35 and you can easily scan several pictures at once. Russ, I know I missed the point you were trying to make, but for me the only thing I have that can't be replaced is my family, and that's all I would take out. I have put everything else that I need in a fireproof safe so I can concentrate on what is important. Fisher, we're talking about developing your plan, and this part examines stuff. That's why pets and loved ones are exempted. We're not trying to talk about what to do in a real fire. We're talking about how much your stuff rules your life. The fire scenario is an exercise. Nothing more. My apologies if this was not clear. Russ H. I'm pretty independent, and I haven't do move a lot. My first move was pretty emotional, as it usually is. I was a teenager and had labeled all my boxes, %T. Well, it took me about 6 months to fully unpack because there was no method to the madness in the boxes. I learned pretty quickly to prioritize stuff, or you can turn into Steve Martin's character from The Jerk, where he has to move and everything is important. All I need is this pen, and this lamp, and this desk. Lol. After I learned my first big business lesson and almost lost everything, but lost enough emotionally that I upped and moved to Italy for 6 months. I had never been there before, and knew no one. I just needed to get away. I refitted my home and took off. I took only 1 suitcase and packed the rest in boxes that I left in the garage. I took about 3 photos, 10 CDs and my purse. A lesson I learned when I was trekking through Europe was not if I could use whatever item I wanted to buy, but would I use it enough to carry it on my back for a month. My rule of thumb then was if I wasn't going to use or wear it more than 3 times in a week, it wasn't worth it. Things get heavy after a while when they are strapped to you back for hours on end. As long as I have $20 in my pocket, my cell phone, a credit card and at least half a tank of gas, I don't worry. Stuff isn't important to me. The memories, experiences and friends I've made along the way trump anything I've ever owned. So far I have cut $40 per month off of my cell phone bill and $13 per month off of my auto insurance bill. That is saving me now to go through variable expenses, coffee, and make some cuts. Thanks Russ, you were clear. I think I'm just being thick-headed. I read things too literally. That said, I still can't imagine anything I own that I must have. I guess I would take my safe that has some irreplaceable keepsakes in it. Russ, I think you are a spy. I cannot believe that this is the next part of this exercise. You are writing my last 7 years' life's events. Of course we did not have to move, but we made a choice to move across the country. The timing was right, but if we were going to do it, we had to do it then, because 30 days later would not work at all. So, we did it. We moved. In less than a month we planned the move, resigned and transferred control of things that we were responsible for there, placed things in storage we still don't have, that stuff, packed and left. Our friends did not believe us when we told them we were leaving. Many never even got to say goodbye. And then we were gone. I'll post what we brought soon. That was a year and a half Wild ago. Emissions. If any of the exercises have stopped people from moving forward, this is the one. It requires the most time and it's often so revealing that people, once they get started, all that stuff shows them things about themselves that they just didn't notice before. And as you now know, There are some real huge revelations in this exercise. The first one comes as soon as you're about halfway through documenting everything you own. Russ. One question. Since I live with my parents and will do for a while, should I list what they own that I also use? Russ. Couple of quick questions that make a difference as to what I take. 1. Do I still have the income that I have now? Am I being downsized in life, or is this a lateral move? I can pack up my travel trailer, a laptop, small TV and DJ gear and be gone. Gives me a place to live, a way to communicate, TV for entertainment, and DJ gear for income. Not sure how the wife and kid would feel about it though. Boxing_smiley Rick. Okay, just what is yours? You may want to start a separate list of the things you use daily that you would need to replace if you were not living or your parents. This becomes a good starter list for what you'll need when you move out of their house. Chardon. I'm assuming you're asking about the what I'd grab in a fire question. If you're asking about the most recent exercise, this is not a paring down, it's a what I have exercise. Documenting everything you own or lease. And BFL Bob, before you ask, wives don't count even if you do have a written lease arrangement. _naughty. All of the answers here are based on moving forward. If moving forward for you means with your wife and kids, then that is what should be driving your decisions. Russ H. Russ. 2 quick clarifications questions. 1. If I don't take my books, one of my favorite things, am I allowed to read the same book at the library as long as I keep my free library card? 2. I suppose I need to consider things my fiancé can't live without also. I mean, I might be able to live with a few sets of clothes, my mountain bike and books. But my fiancé and I differ a bit on what the most important things are in terms of stuff. I'm a minimalist, but she likes to feel comfortable in her home, which means a bed, pillows, etc. I need to clarify something important. I'm not suggesting any of you pare down to absolute minimal essentials. That's what I did initially, and I like living simply. But I have loads of extra CRP in my life these days, over 3,000 square feet of stuff in boxes I don't use. So again, what I'm asking all to do in this exercise is document what you have now. Your stuff. Then, after you've taken inventory, look at what you have that enriches your life. If there are things that are essential to your GF and you plan on continuing to be together, a good bet, since you're engaged, then you can look at things that are essential for her happiness, but only insofar as she is willing to share these thoughts with you. Most folks never go through this level of analyzing their stuff, and I would never ask anyone to do it who was not personally motivated and committed to developing their plan. In other words, work on your own stuff, and share your process. If any family members are interested in doing the exercises as well, then that's great. But I would never ask or expect this of anyone. Russ H. Sorry Ruz, the wifey can fend for herself. SMX9: I'm thinking more of helping my miniature toy donkey. Cuddles is only 28 inches tall, and weighs in at just 38 pounds. So, in the case of a fire, I'd grab my laptop, my meds, and a little step in the plan and budget. Done. Consolidated credit cards and cut them up this weekend. 49 months to pay off now rather than 15 years. Cut the budget from $1,010 a month on CC to $510 for consolidation loan. Big steps. Hard in. Were you able to cut the monthly payments via the consolidation loan? B or C, the interest rate is lower? Just curious. Russ H. Congrats on taking this important step. Remember not to close the credit card accounts. Keep them open to maintain or improve your credit score. When you close your accounts, you reduce the age of your credit history, plus reduce the credit availability. This will affect negatively your score. I heard this morning that FICO scores will be re-evaluated to use a different formula, but I do not know the details just yet. In any case, keep the accounts open for the time being. But hey, credit scores is another topic, so end of hijack. Russ, back problem was we had 12 accounts with anywhere from 500.00 to 6,500.00 on them. Consolidated 21k and change into a 5-year payoff with 6 months at 6% and the rest at 15%. APR on the cards ranged from 8.99 to 24.99%. so I guess it averaged about 15%. Since it is 6% for the first 6 months, it changed the length of the loan from 60 to 49 months. It's a start. Tomorrow is our once-a-month payday, so we will sit down and look at our spending habits for the last month. Hopefully we will see that our beer or smokes habit has been cut in half. We are working on the budget by this weekend with hopes of putting $500 a month in savings. Now time to go through the attic and sell off my remote control airplanes that I haven't flown in 5 years. Probably close to 2-3K worth of goodies stashed away. Short-term goal is to have 5K by summer. Card, and you mean you don't know what the interest rates charged on your cards was? It always makes sense to pay off the high interest rate cards quicker. But I'm curious if you actually did a list of each card, or interest rate for each, and how much was on each card. Russ H. Yeah, we tried the snowball method for 1 or 2 years but weren't making any headway. Maybe knocked it down 1,500. We had everything from Citibank at 8.99 to JCPenney at like 24%. We listed them with balances and joined the Dave Ramsey site and tried to get them paid off. It was not getting us anywhere quick. We estimated 2015 before all cards would be paid off. Finally I'm in. Goals, core values, personal health, happiness or humor, integrity or honesty or accountability or loyalty or tolerance, education or learning, reading or my personal time, financial stability or security, freedom or privacy, being at home or family, relationship, things I like to be around, sunshine and warmth, outdoors, spring and summer, nature or sunshine or oceans or sunsets or mountains or running water, warm summer weather, music or concerts or musical instruments, good conversation, family or spouse or son and friends, passionate and motivated people, books and books, tours, laughter or people who laugh a lot, campfires, comfy bed, things I like to do, activities, walking or hiking, spring and summer only, walk on the beach, travel or driving or vacations, teaching or reading, being with family and friends or dinner parties, engage in quality conversation, listening to quality conversation, listening to music or watching movies, eat great food or eat sushi or eating out, electrical work, trying new things, model trains or playing board games, flirting with my wife, spending time alone, relaxing, or coffee in the morning, analysis or thinking or drawing, layouts or design or planning, fire scenario, iPod, and if I could get the minivan away from the house, that would be good because the iPod is in all the car. All of the important photos are backed up. Will is in a large fireproof safe at the in-laws. Have to get other docs in there as well. Should open a safe deposit box. Any models I've made of our business can be recreated. Backup copies of business plan when they are finished could be put on disk and put into safe deposit box. Now to figure out all that financial poop and do the day-to-day spending beginning in January. Didn't want to do it over Christmas. Even though we didn't spend too much. Cheers. Happy holidays all. Russ. Thanks for sharing this with us. Been following the thread from the beginning. Eagerly awaiting the next installment. Bosco, I must have missed where you posted your results to the first sections. Please post the link, and I'll be happy to give feedback. I'm trying to get everyone caught up. So far, no one has reported back from the last exercise taking stock. Like the ones before, it takes time and concentrated effort. But it pays off big. Russ H. I'm really without the time right now. But I'm almost finished making my inventory. I promise to post it up soon. This is a great thread. Just got done reading the whole thing. I started tracking pennies about 1.5 years ago because our income seemed to do a hard reset every month, meaning we spent what we earned. It's gotten better since I started to take charge and analyze the outgoing money. Russ. Great advice. It really sent chills through my body when I looked at the details of our spending patterns. But I was glad that I finally stopped ignoring the gruesome fact that we were being controlled by stuff. As you mentioned, the analogy of money going through hands like sand hit home for me. As a kid growing up with my mum not very long ago, $60,000 after taxes per year seemed like a boatload of money. Something to shoot for income-wise. 10 years later, that's how much is going out the door, and it's sickening. Part of my plan about 2 years ago was to eliminate high-interest credit card debt, college leftovers from our lives. I'm relieved to say that next month, this goal will have been met. That will clear up about $400 a month from the minimums alone. We still have some adjustments to make, and a house to sell before it absorbs all of our remaining monthly income. But this little beam of light is very helpful in keeping up the motivation. It's tough to get out of the denial phase and start taking action to gain control, but is a very liberating experience. Plus rep to you for recognizing this and getting everyone involved in a very healthy habit. Also, this is the simple I use on a nearly daily basis to add everything up in categories. The item names can be changed from their originals to fit everyone's expenses. Okay, unlike the other exercises, you don't need to post the inventory unless you want to. Perhaps an attached Word doc or something would be best. I'm more interested in your feelings or realizations as you went through and documented what you have and if you did anything as a result. Anyone else out there doing this part? Eve? Sean? Wild ambitions? Bobo? Russ H. As far as the counting our spending goes, we track this fairly well. I rarely spend money between Monday and Friday except for groceries $150 $200 per week, gasoline $100 per week and the occasional dinner out, maybe once a week $40. Wife goes out for lunch often, which is a thorn in my side, $15 every time, 3 times a week. This is slowly getting better. Everything else are expenses we have less. Note that I didn't say no control over: house taxes, gas, electricity, insurance, mortgage payment. We have no personal debt, no CC or X other than the mortgage $210,000. The things that really kill us are the bigger expenditures. 2007 saw a new used minivan $8,000, iPod $400. Lots and lots of books and movies and Xbox games. Don't have the total 2007 expenditure on these in front of me. Lots of things for the kid, toys and clothes mostly from Salvation Army and car seats and diapers and more diapers, etc. etc. We go out for breakfast just about every Saturday, $30, which is something we both really enjoy and will never stop doing. Every other week, we have a cleaning lady make our house pretty, $60. We allowance ourselves $50 per week on whatever we want with no guilt attached. We can save this up over the weeks to purchase things like HiPods, nice dinners out, games, leg waxing for my wife, etc. This works very well for helping to control the bigger expenses. Haven't started the inventory yet. Wife and I are actually planning on getting rid of or selling everything, putting the rest in storage, some furniture or computers and some other essential odds and ends or memorabilia, and traveling across country this summer visiting friends and family, as we have one or the other in every province from BC to PA. This is pending the sale of the house, which we should list this month. A few things that are going to get us this year are the travel trailer, looking at one this weekend for $1,000, towing kit on the minivan $2,000, book or iMac, $23K. Haven't made a budget for the trip yet. Hope you don't feel that I'm copping out on using a pad and paper and tracking the day-to-day expenses. If you think so, let me know and I will complete the exercise as specified. Dave. Step 1 of inventory complete. I have been working the last 3 weeks to get the garage cleaned out so I can work in it. 14 contractor bags of crap that had piled up went to the curb. Chest freezer that was only taking up space holding leftover hot dog buns sold. 2 4x4 cabinets built and installed to hold all of my tools. Next is to go through all of my DJ stuff and see what I really want to keep. Everything else up for sale. Made a good dent in my office over the Christmas break. 3 contractor bags of junk hauled out of there. Still need to go through the closet. Once I can see through all of the clutter, I should be able to really tell what I have. As I am going through it, I am deciding if I need it anymore. I am trying to cut down to essentials. Not really an inventory on paper, but a first step. Good stuff, guys. Dave, you really will notice some surprising things if you track each penny. I don't expect you to do it until it makes sense for you, I put it off for years. B or C. I thought I had the gist of things with my standard expense tracking and accounting. I did an apostrophe T. But anyone that does this tracks expenses to the penny for a month has to go into it with an open attitude, not to alright, I got to do this. But hey, this is a pain, but it's a new experience, and I'm going to learn something about myself kind of feeling. Hoping that makes sense. Sounds like you've got some big changes coming up soon. Very exciting. Russ H. Change is my middle name. Okay. I'll trust your recommendation and I'll start this on Monday when my wife gets back from her business trip. I won't go into it with a I guess I got to do this attitude. Can't say the same for Michelle. First expense, matching note. Like Russ said, it's really easy to brush off an exercise, especially this one when you get the gist of it. The same way. I mean, the point seems to be a latte factor kinda thing on the surface. Track your expense, cut out lattes. Wrong. What the exercise does, it as wakes you up. You may even get what I'm saying now and still think you've learned the lesson you haven't. Write it all down. Wake yourself up financially. I can't wait to read your lessons learned since our major downsize back in 2001 and our move in 2006. We have moved to the simple life too. I have to admit though, it is very easy to fall back into the spend what you have mentality. For us it is a constant struggle. But, now we approach it somewhat differently. We are much more likely to save for what we want, work extra for what we want, or trade for what we want. We no longer go into debt for what we want, bad debt. And if we use credit for a want doodad, we set a limit and have a defined plan to pay it down rapidly. It is a lot easier to do when you don't work for money but let your money work for you. As far as our inventory, I haven't been able to totally complete the list because much of what I have left from before the move is in storage. We haven't had access to it for 1.5 years. I can tell you though, that the things in storage are obviously not needed items. Most everything left falls into the comfort and convenience category. I have spent a lot of time on just this sort of thing while discovering something called dependable strengths. 8. Who are you? Really? A creative developer of new ideas, an excellent coordinator, planner, organizer, skilled at interpersonal communication, verbally and in writing, imaginative and skilled at finding new ways to do ordinary things. I'm a highly effective manager of projects, people, programs and events. Energetic and enthusiastic with a genuinely positive outlook and approach. I'm open to new experiences and learning, and I'm willing to take risks and try new things. Happy to share the basic concepts of self-awareness, clarity of thought and purpose, time management and entrepreneurial finesse. I love to be around people who are doing what they love, people who are working on their dreams, oceans, sunsets, things I really dislike, people getting in their own way, people so paralyzed by the fear of success they can't even start to dream, narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness, having to live inside a box, bad cars, uncomfortable shoes, bare essentials, reliable, comfortable and fun transportation, home of my own with a studio and quiet room, my husband and dog, financial freedom, friends and places to hang out with them. Let's see, I'm still working on the rest. Can't wait till the next part. 2. Hi Russ, sorry for taking so long to get back and answer this. I have been very busy working our plan. I'd grab my wallet and BlackBerry. For the next exercise, I'm not a stuff collector. My condo is pretty much bare. I hate clutter and like open and clean spaces. What do I have to have? Looking around at my little bit of stuff, I'd keep my books and my son's books. I'd keep my laptop, my kiddo's laptop and high-speed connection. We need food and healthcare products and clothes. I would grab my baby, wife and dog. Not necessarily in that order. Everything else in this world is truly dispensable and replicable. I'm a bit late to the party, but bear with me. I've been working since Friday on this. Core values: fitness or health, fun or adventure or excitement, nature, respect, learning or growing or understanding, being around people, choice, freedom of time and money, integrity and loyalty, music, determined or purposeful or forward moving, people, laughing, making an impact, fun things: golf, walking and experiencing nature, exercise, sleeping, mind twisters. For example, the truth is, There is no spoon listening to good music, solving puzzles or problems, experiencing the profound, hanging out with friends, reading, playing games, people watching random spontaneous walks, and seeing where I end up on the expense tracking side. I've bought a PDA last February 7th specifically for this purpose, and I have been doing it. Except sometimes I forget and lose money, i.e. can't account for where it went, but also I haven't looked at the big picture, the overall spending patterns over time. So after thinking that I'm already doing this and then reading the cafe latte factor crap, smiley eel, I thought maybe it's time to look at that again. BGH, and that is what have been taking time to save space. I'll show monthly expenses for last year and detailed for Dec and Jan monthly expenses February '07, £910.31 Mar '07, £908.62 April '07, £906.78 May '07, £1,394.06 June '07, £1,771.70 July '07, £966.79 August '07, £1,511.25 Sep '07, £1,012.10 Oct '07, £1,097.23 Nof '07, £1,116.37 Dec '07 Bank charges international account £7.50 Clothes scarf, £11.00 Tools spanner, £5.76 Entertainment music CDs or DVD or games or sightseeing, £182.17 Gifts, £7.99 Groceries, £114.79 Haircut, £6.00 Gym, £41.95 Medicines, £33.38 Lost money unaccounted for, £54.53 Rent, £480.00 Software, £18.70 Transport. No car, I use public transport, £150.60 Work lunches, £28.65 Total, £1,143.02 Jan '08 So far bank charges international account £7.50 Clothes, £5.00 Computer repairs which turned into an upgrade, £1,351.37 Fast food, £6.88 Groceries, £12.58 Haircut, £5.00 Gym, £43.25 Umbrella previous one broke, £16.00 Lost money unaccounted for, £11.76 Software antivirus yearly fee £25.00 Transport. No car, I use public transport, £134.10 Work lunches, £47.12 Total, £1,704.36 What I did learn from this, is that I have a lot of it doesn't really count type expenses, holiday only once per year, gadgets I don't always buy an iPod or digital camera or PDA, music CDs haven't done that in a while While I have cleared all my bad debts, some of the sand in my hand is still falling through the gaps. For example, I seem to have misplaced about £176.49 last year where can't account for how I spent it. Stuff about a year and a half ago I decided to move country August '06. I've been living in my own house for about a year and had managed to get lots of stuff. But when you move country, and you can only take so much with you, you have to decide what's really important and what isn't. I sold some stuff to friends, a pawn shop or relatives, gave other stuff away, and stored the last few things in my parents' garage: golf set, books and DIY tools mostly. What I took on the plane with me was what I could carry in one large suitcase and one carry-on suitcase. Doing that made me think of the movie, Heat, in which Robert De Niro's character says something to the tune of never have something in your life that you cannot walk away from in 30 seconds flat. While it is a bit pessimistic view, and I don't subscribe to it when it comes to family and friends. It made me break the connection I had with most of my stuff. So, running out of fear where there is no fire extinguishers and no people or pets were in danger. I would take my passport to prove my identity and wallet to buy new stuff. Of course, these two things I reckon would be the most hassle to replace. Everything else can be bought again. I am working on the list of stuff that I currently own and defining on whether they are essential to me or not. As I'm just renting a furnished room in a house, a lot of the stuff that I use are not my own. So beyond the stuff I own, I've created a section called Other People's Stuff That I Use But Do Not Own. I've done this as I know that if I have to recreate a place of my own with essential stuff, a lot of what I currently use but do not own have to be replaced. For example, I rent a furnished room, so the bed, desk and closet is not mine and I'll let that burn, smiley eel. But if I have to move out, I'd have to either find another furnished room and pay more for that convenience or get my own furniture at a greater initial outlay. Good post-truss, rep++. I finally got around to reading it. Yusu_clap_sparks. Just for fun, here's the first week's summary. I hope it's okay that I rounded up of some of the numbers. And of course, the big expected expenses. The trailer and the MacBook are on the list, not normal expenses, so I've made the adjustment at the bottom to see what we normally spend on. Here's the week's summary. Monday 14,324.00. Bye. Rep++ for us and Yevsklinsky. Great stuff, Sparky and Powder. Keep it coming. Russ H. Russ, I want to thank you. An interesting thing happened to me recently. I got a much better job. That was all fine and dandy, then I looked at my expenses. Suddenly they jumped in proportion to my pay. Thankfully only 1 week passed by because I have been tracking everything. I got it back under control. This probably would not have happened right away if I wasn't keeping track. That rat race will catch you asleep if you're not wary. A good thing happened to me because of this exercise. In the past, when I didn't know exactly where my money went, I called it lost money in my accounting of my expenses. But since I've become more diligent and doing it every day, I've on occasion found money !! Banana. Mind you, I don't know where it came from, but I know it's money I didn't have before. Maybe a cashier gave me 1 penny too much change, or as on one occasion I picked up a dime coin. It's good to start seeing money flowing my way because of being consequential or responsible with it. Fastlane Sparky. I'm a critical thinker, a debater, a planner, organizer, a procrastinator, a thinker, strong-willed, a helper. Any info on financial freedom Why wasn't in line with what I wanted to do or was too difficult to accomplish or put on the back burner until a later time. Just about every infomercial, exercise gadget that looks like I can do. Why didn't I like or use them? Most anything I try ends up making my back hurt worse. I'd love to do whatever I want whenever I choose, exploring new ideas and place to travel, to learn, to read, to solely provide for my family, to visit family and friends, going out to eat a nice meal with DH and kids, to help others, to ant it and to be skinny again. Going for a drive, going for a walk, going out to eat, reading, being online, reading, chatting, take the kids kite flying, go karts, watch movies, cook, go to the beach site, seeing, learning something new, hanging out with friends, studying fork size. I do so enjoy it. Shelter and essency would do for the 4 of us. 1 room to live in, somewhere to cook, a bathroom, a car, just something that runs and moves. Lol. Food, water, electric, meds, 4 outfits for each fam. 2 BDRM apt car, more food, drinks other than water, cell phone, meds, 2 4 WKS of clothing, me cat, kids, rabbit, me purse, cell phone, keys usually in the purse, laptop, important papers, pictures, Clothes and my kids' toys. Trent 850 100 sell 100 Caboint 70 food 400 H2O 40 sins 30 gas 126 200 misc 3,002,310 to 865 equals 1,345 inc 1,400 plus 55 AMNTH 2 boxes of toys for each child. $1,000 your clothes 5,000 washer and dryer 800 movies or DVDs 5,000 ISN 1 TV 100 N1 DVD or VCR 100 laptop 500 N3 desk PC 2000 NLR set 1,500 kids beds or dressers 800 your bedroom set 1,000 YR pets 6 plus fish priceless me books 400 kids books scaled down 2,000 congrats and THX to Russ for running the exercise. Week #2 Tuesday 22 model train stuff 22.40 for 25 groceries. I suspect it's about $30 for gas and maybe $40 for lunches and stuff from her allowance. Week 3 Tuesday Jan 29 groceries. The hardest thing about getting financially fit is developing or changing habits. And sticking with them. Rep speed to you, Dave. For sticking with it. How is everyone else doing? Russ H. Great thread. I wish I had gotten on board. I now have incentive to go forth and put my list together as I always have good intention to do so but until now, did not have the motivation. Thank you Russ. I will be back with my list. You're quite welcome, Pit Boss. Welcome to the thread. Russ H. Week #4 Tues February 5 groceries. SMX3 gotta love these kinda days. $90 is about 12% of the overall expenses for the week so this is significant. It's really hard to track expenses for two adults especially if you're into it and she's not so Try not to get frustrated or angry that's super counterproductive. You have some very savvy gals on this forum why not ask them for advice? I always say the wrong thing it's not just Venus or Mars more like being in different galaxies. My wife and I are both doing this as a team, but the words I choose to talk about this kinda stuff are just not good girl words. I continue to work on this, as it's essential to a successful partnership and, I hate saying things that make her feel crummy or guilty. Let us know if you have any breakthroughs on this. Russ H. I know what you mean. And I for myself do not have a clue what to do about it other than rough guessing. So much of this exercise, to include the spending portion, is about self-awareness and making the choice to live intentionally. To intentionally make choices about our lives and lifestyles. By taking a holistic view, it is sometimes a lot easier to bring our spending to a happier place. Often, the things we spend a lot of money on are the things that are harmful to the earth. Fuel, home energy bills. Grocery bills. Like to ride your bike? Ride it to work. Like to eat high quality food? Have a garden. Bake your own bread. You are cutting down on the waste all that plastic. Not only the bags but also the food containers and the energy used to bring the food to your table. Etc. Cancel cable. Play games or read a book out loud in your newfound time. Cancel your gym membership and go on family hikes, bike rides. Play basketball together, ski, ice skate. 8 more days till out end of month. We get paid on the 20th each month so it is really easy to track expenses. We use debit card for everything. Rarely do we have cash on us. In 3 months we have gone from a zero balance budget to positive 800.00 as it sits now if we don't spend over our budget the next 8 days. Refi on CC debt and tracking our expenses have changed our spending habits a lot. Hard in way cool. Let us know how things total up. Russ I did find $25 of the $90 so it's down to $65 unaccounted for. As far as getting my wife on board, it's a conversation I'd rather not have as I'd be about as delicate as a hungry polar bear in a grocery store. Generally I just roll my eyes at her. To go on with the last couple of days of the month Tuesday February 12 cleaning lady 60.00 Wednesday February 130.000 and I messed up the gas one. It was actually our electric bill. The gas bill come out on Monday for $103.69. For some reason, that didn't show up when I did my consolidation for last week. We also took out our allowance for the week of $50 each. I only dipped into mine today for lunch. First time in ages I've done that. Next post will summarize the month. Here's the breakdown for the month. In order of most costly to least costly, I accounted for the computer and trailer separately only because they are not normal monthly expenses. Had I started this process 1 week later than I did, the computer and the trailer wouldn't have shown up at all, and I want to see what my normal spending habits look like. House expenses including discretion cleaning equals 1,843.8022% or 35.8%. Groceries equals 890.66 10.6% or 17.3%. Daycare equals 720.008.6% or 14%. Hobby equals 516.75. Kinda saw that one coming 6.1% or 10%. Meals out equals 271.603.2% or 5.3%. Other miscellaneous equals 269.733.2% or 5.2%. Auto expenses equals 264.373.2% or 5.1%. Withdrawals, unaccountable or possibly double counted equals 185.002.2% or 3.6%. Commute expenses equals 43.40 half or percent or 0.1%. Entertainment equals 1,039.34. Trailer $1,000 12.4% or 0.8%. No trailer. Computer equals 2,321.88 27.8% or 0.6%. No computer. Total equals $8,366.53. Total without computer and trailer equals $5,156.30. Okay, you got me. Holy crap. And without the computer and trailer. Holy crap. Not sure if you've had a chance to read Sonia's thread. It's good. Might give you a few ideas. Or you could post a few questions or try a few how would this sound role plays. Chatter. Lots of great female perspective on these forums. I figure it's worth somewhere between $65 and $185 to keep the peace. It's worth a lot more than that. Coffee. Ross H. I hear you. In truth, we did have the conversation in the first week. I even bought her a pad of paper and a pen. Nothing says I love you like a pad of paper and a pen. She saw right through my offer of never-ending love, and wouldn't even think to attempt to track her expenses. It could have gotten heated, but I took my loss gracefully and was allowed to continue having sex with her. You may or may not have thought about this. Almost every place has credit card capability, right? Why not open her up an account where she can put her play money in and only use the card? Then it's automatically accounted for. All you need is the statement. Generally, we allowance ourselves $50 per week each. It's guilt-free money that we can spend on whatever we like, or not, and no one gets in trouble. I think it's great for a marriage. If we don't spend it, we save it up for something that we really want later on. Some of the withdrawal money in our above budget went into a pot that hasn't been spent yet. We did this really well last year and mostly stayed on budget. There were very few surprises. Since Michelle went back to work, we haven't been purchasing cost conscientiously and have been enjoying the extra income. The timing for this exercise was great to get a look at what we have been doing since September. I do like the credit card idea, but quite frankly, I'm just as bad as her. The next step is to use what I've learned and compare it to the stuff I have in the house. How do we minimize and yet prioritize our spending? We have lots of questions to ask ourselves. For example, $1,800 per month cost on the house, representing about 35% of our monthly expenses. What are we really getting for this expense? What can we do to reduce this by $1,000? Consider selling and renting, or selling and buying a smaller house that has a lower carrying cost. Or do we keep the status quo? Hat about groceries, $891. What are we purchasing that's making this so high? I know it's a lot of diapers and my Nicoderm patches are in there too. Maybe we could grow more in the garden this summer and do some canning. Maybe we could switch to cloth diapers. Does the hobby cost too much, $517? Or should we ration out our expenses on the hobby? For this month were primarily the startup expenses, and will not reoccur as high as this going forward. Does the hobby fit with our family values, my personal values, and how important is it really? Meals out was a surprise. I know we ate out more this month than normal, or am I deluding myself? I just went to Subway for lunch today. Haven't done that in a while during the work week, but it was convenient and probably won't happen for several more months. Even though my wife isn't the best participant in the documentation, I guarantee you she will review this with me and we will make decisions together based on the findings. Anyways, I'm ranting. Thanks again for the suggestion, Carrie, and thanks again to Russ for taking the time to run the exercise. The next part, the dreaded part, inventory our stuff. Somebody kick me in the ass to get this done this weekend, please. Here's a swift kick coming at you. Lol. What kind of hobby are playing with powder? As far as the inventory goes, it took me 2 weeks just to go through the garage and organize it, much less inventory. Model drains hoe. Scale. Fortunately, I don't have a garage. Do have 2 sheds though. One has a lawnmower, 2 electrical extension cords, a rake, 2 tarps, a snow shovel and a broom. The other shed has some lawn furniture and some gardening equipment. The basement storage area is what's going to kill me. We have a ton of camping gear in the storage area and kids' toys and our files. How detailed does the inventory have to be? As detailed as hash of dishes, 17 forks, 9 knives and 7 bowls? Or as groups of items, cutlery and dishes? I have a box full of language, the little bitty ones in the attic. Probably from the late 60s to early 70s. We call that kind of stuff college fund for our daughter. It just sits in the attic collecting dust and hopefully appreciation. I've got hockey cards and unopened NASCAR Hot Wheels from 2000 to 2002. My DH has tons and tons of antique hoe trains he inherited from his grandfather. We just had them appraised recently. They aren't worth hardly anything. They all work and have boxes too. Also my DH bought investments. He has about 50 collectible NASCAR cars and lots of NASCAR collectible clocks. Let's just say that none of them are worth anything more than what he paid for them, if he can even sell them for what he bought them for. After he married me he stopped buying his investments. Lol. He bought them to lower his taxes. Lol. Problem was he never spent more than the standard deduction, so all he did was waste money. Lol. We also have 2 push-button antique handguns and a World War II Japanese sniper rifle with paperwork allowing DHGF to bring it into the country that his grandfather brought home from the war. Also worth hardly anything. A man after my own heart, although I already have one of those. To a man, husband, etc. Hey, the wife not tracking her expenses thing? My husband and I have 2 completely separate but joint checking accounts. I know what bills I have to pay and he knows what he has to pay. Beyond that, we spend our money wherever we want to. Typically, I spend on all the practical things or things that end up a benefit to the household. He spends on fun stuff. Although, I am sure that he would say his purchases are for the same purposes as mine. Sometimes they are. Have your wife get involved with the finances. Do them together. At least at first. Susie Orman has some great books on how to set up tracking finances as a couple. As she played cash flow, that might help her to want to get more involved with financially educating herself. Even if she is knowledgeable with finances, there is always more to learn. Good luck. Don't get me wrong. My wife is the financial controller in the house. It was only the tracking she had a problem with. Doesn't fit her personality style, I suppose. She monitors all of our accounts at least twice a day and follows all of our investments at least once a week. Because of her, we know exactly what our net worth is on any given day. I wouldn't be so detailed. We have played cash flow a couple of times, and need to play more. Our friends with the game moved, and I keep saying to myself that we should purchase it and play again and again. Maybe for my birthday. We did go through the expenses, and we have come up with a few ideas in the short term, waiting for baby before we make any major decisions. 7 weeks to go. And back to the plan. We did inventory our stuff. What a lot of crap. We divided the list into 3 categories: stuff to keep and put in storage if or when we sell the house. Stuff to sell or give away or throw away. Can be done anytime, but some stuff we keep if we do not sell the house. Furniture, essential stuff. Things we use and won't give away or actually do need. Have to go through the list in further detail and organize it a bit better. But we spent the better part of Saturday going through everything. Cheers. Dave, wonder what the next exercise is. Been tracking expenses for 3rd month now. We are officially 541.00 excess this month. Add that to the refund check from our escrow account and we are 1,450.00 ahead. That gives us a cushion of 1 or 2 months payments on our rental. I cashed out a 403B program that I was not happy with. Should have about 4K from it. With the rent check this month we should have about 6,500 accumulated by the end of March. Time to buy another house just in time for prime rental season to start. So far, it's me and powder. Anyone else? Wild ambitions and being chsy. I know the 2 of you have gone through some major shifts, so taking stock of what you own may have been a part of it. This approach gives you visible results fast. You'll have beautiful living areas and bedrooms within hours. For us, this gave us the energy or encouragement we needed to clean the bathrooms fast and then kitchen more stuff, so it went a bit slower. As we went from room to room, anything that we hadn't used in 3 to 6 months was up for grabs. Do we really need this? Will using this enhance our daily life? In a lot of cases, the answer was no. Anything we hadn't used in at least a year was banished either to the basement or garage or storage, or in most cases, we decided to sell it or give it away or throw it out. We started at 7 a.m. on Saturday. Pizza for lunch. We got the entire house except for garage and basement done before 6 p.m. Had Chinese takeout for dinner, and kept working. Crashed at 10 p.m. On Sunday, we had a special breakfast waffles, since we had found the old waffle iron. Got to work on the basement by 10 am. Had the basement inventoried and organized by the latter part of the day. So at the end of that weekend, we had done the entire house, everything except the garage. Of course, the garage now had a bunch of extra stuff in it that we decided to sell or give away or throw out. We spent the next week talking about how this all made us feel, and 2 weeks later, had a huge garage sale. This forced us to clean the garage! I'll be happy to share any cleaning tips. Jeff Campbell's spring cleaning and clutter control books are excellent. Use a video camera and talk while you're doing it to document things like books, DVDs, CDs, etc. Move it slowly enough to show all individual items. You can also use the camera for furniture and electronic equipment, as well as clothes. But don't let the camera substitute for going through everything. Actually sorting through stuff and asking these 3 questions will really make a difference in how you start to look at things after only a few hours! Come on folks, let's do some spring cleaning. Fast lane style: banana 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 Ross H. Now that is what having a plan and tracking your expenses can do. Powerful stuff. Reducing enough things that were throwaway expenses so that you can actually buy something that gives you passive income. Feels good, doesn't it? Okay, I confess. I haven't inventoried due to this exercise. But wait, don't pounce on me yet. It is because about a year ago we sold everything, and I do mean everything we owned. We kept the pictures and the laptop. Since then, we have been very slow and intentional about what we allow back into our lives. And it isn't much. Been living the simple abundance lifestyle for a while. This is great. You'll be able to share what you felt when you went through the process. And you'll be able to tell us what you've brought in since then and why. Just not yet. We need about 3 more people who have done this, sorted through everything they own, and taken stock of why they needed it. Russ H. Yes, it does feel good to take control of the finances instead of finances taking control of your life. Just how in-depth should this be? Should I count each die-cast car or just call it my NASCAR collection? Each CD or CD collection? Each coin or coin collection? Each camera or camera collection? Just my office could take the better part of a day. Then the kitchen and our collection of cooking utensils. Every now and then the waffle maker still comes out, as does the bread machine. SMX7: How in depth would you like it? We have started going through the process of selling off stuff. One jet ski is on Craigslist right now for less than half of what I have in it, but we need to come up with cash for a down payment on another house. All the extra jet ski parts are on eBay right now. Remote control airplanes are next. I am going through the attic tonight getting everything together. Our short-term goal is to come up with 10K and possibly get 2 houses before August. I haven't done the expense tracking yet. I'm already a stickler for the finances. I know where every single dollar goes in this house. So I've done it already, just not on paper recently. Only thing on paper is just the budget. I have shown my DH the money we have wasted since we've been married. It makes me sick to my stomach to even think about. Lol. We blew somewhere in between 60-75K over about 6 and 1 or 2 years time on basically nothing. I realized after about 5 years in, but it took us over a year to finally make the changes. Okay, when I say us I mean it took me that long to convince DH to change. Lol. Since October 06, when we were losing the house and decided to move away, we have become way more conscious of what we are spending on and if we need to or not. We have cut those wasteful expenses down to less than $300 a month from $1,200, $1,500 or more some months. The way it's set up now, there is no extra money that can get spent on something it's not allocated for. I have done a partial inventory. We have an attic and storage room full of stuff that we are selling. We got rid of tons and tons of stuff before we moved from Partiga, and when we just moved in January we got rid of all the stuff we thought we needed that we brought with us that we never even touched in over a year. So we tossed a lot of things that we moved 3 or 4 times. Lol, with the exception of the things we kept to sell. So basically we have furniture, clothes, pets, toys, DVDs, books and a few knickknacks. Getting rid of a lot of this stuff too. When we do the yard sale we are just keeping the basic essentials. Everything in the attic and storage room is outgrown. Baby toys and clothes we're keeping for the next one, and DH's investment. See my last post in this thread. Lol. And a lot of exercise equipment. In the next 60 days we will have sold everything excess in our lives. We are even having the kids scale down. They are majorly fighting us, but we are pushing. They have far too many toys and stuffed animals. Mostly it's just taking up space. It will be better for them in the long run to get through this phase. I didn't just do inventory, I did a dumpster, and anything else went on eBay. Some of the reasons for that are because of my son's autism. He does better in an uncluttered, calm environment. I know people walk into my condo and wonder if I'm either moving out or have just moved in, and that is fine. I like Sonya am very cautious and slow about allowing things to start creeping back into my life. Little late, but here is my list. Core values: things I like to be around, things I like to do. I've been tracking my monthly expenses with the site. It works great. It imports all of your expenses from your bank, credit and checking accounts, then categorizes each expense. It's a very easy way to see what you spend each month and where your money goes. They also have an easy-to-use budget feature that keeps track of your expenses and lets you know when you are over budget. Some of you know already that I haven't been very good with my money lately. I managed to rack up 27K in credit card debt. I was having problems paying my monthly bills and incurred a few late fees, which really hurt me. Better though. I've already paid down 17K of the debt with a loan from my 401K and hope to have the rest paid off this year. In the last 3.5 months. Some of that has been on bills, but a large portion was on useless stuff and things that could have been avoided: late fees, overdrafts, junk. I have finally sat down and put together a monthly budget. Hopefully this allows me to spend my money on paying down my debt and bills rather than on Starbucks or movie tickets. I'm still having a hard time changing my thinking though. I just filed my tax return and my first thought was, Sweet, I can use the refund to go on a vacation. I have been thinking about it since then though, and I know that unless I change the way I think and live my life, then I will never be out of debt and on the fast lane. I have talked with my wife and instead we're going to use the majority of it to pay down our credit card and only keeping out a little to paint the living room. Once the credit card debt is paid off, I need to focus on building my asset column rather than buying more junk. Thanks for the exercise, Russ. I know that I still have a lot to learn. My kids also really do better with less stuff. We have some sensory integration or Asperger's type challenges in our house, and getting rid of all that plastic and artificial stuff to include the TV sure made a huge difference in the house. Friends would often comment on how empty the kids' rooms are. Our kids were never lacking of entertainment or meaningful activities. They have real hammers and nails and wood carving kits. They have knitting needles, and sewing machines and a keyboard and harmonica and books about how to weave baskets and real pots and pans, etc. Choosing to selectively let real or useful or meaningful things into our children's lives can sure pay off in miles and miles of happiness. Why buy the latest greatest plastic gizmo anyway? It'll just break in a month and end up in the landfill, or get played with for a week, then lost in the bedroom abyss. I would love to declutter my life in this way, but whatever empty space I create is instantly filled by someone else's stuff. I did the dumpster thing 2 weeks before my son was born. I sold my house in Ontario, was a furnished rental and lived in Alberta. Wife didn't want any of the furniture and we didn't want to spend the money to transport it. I also had some of my personal things there as well. Everything went into the garbage except for things I gave away: bongos to a friend's son, and guitar to previous roommate, and an old maple dining room table that was my grandmother's. It's now at my folks' place unless they threw it out. I think my parents took some of my grandmother's dishes, but I'm not entirely sure. Also gave away a really nice bedroom set to the tenant. It was a huge experience to just get rid of it all, and it was kind of a shock at the time. I don't miss any of it. Right now, I'm converting all my old music tapes to digital and then throwing them out. We're planning on having at least one garage sale in April or May. Too cold this time of year to get rid of the easy crap and knickknacks and kids' toys. I think that if we do sell, the house market is cooling here, we may have an estate sale to get rid of the larger furniture. Going to put an ad in the paper for the piano and cross our fingers. Don't know what we are going to do with the stuff we don't sell, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Cheers. Dave. P.S. Anyone want a piano? You can have it for $500 if you pick it up. P.P.S. Thanks for the repress. It's too late to start this thread. Great stuff. Off-road ads. In typing your screen name, I just realized you are referring to Arizona off-roaders. At first, I just thought you were a gangster, hanging with the U2 off-road ads. I've got to stop watching MTV, SMXP: Ross H. Count each of the coins, cars, CDs, etc. 243 CDs, 143,292 cars, 3 coins, etc. You don't need to describe or catalog all of them, unless they're worth over $50 each, and only then if you want to. It's more of an insurance co thing at that point, not so much for this thread. But do video each. That makes a huge difference for your insurance. Russ H. Alright, I guess it is time for me to get back into this. Russ, you are right in that our inventory was done as we planned to move. One thing that I wish that I had done that I did not was keep a list of exactly what we have in storage with us. I do have a pretty good memory of what is there even where it is in the storage unit, but I should have made a list for insurance purposes. I think the reason I did not was because everything that we left was not needed. Anyway, back to task. Right now we do not have anything that has not been part of our plan with us in the new home. We have made many new planned purchases because of the new home. Nothing is excessive. Most are creature comforts like furniture that we do not have in storage. Most will not be replaced for at least 10 years. Most were paid for with cash or financed with 0% interest for a year, and which we make excessive payments on to avoid having too much bad debt. The hardest part for us thus far is making sure that we don't get a case of the gotta have it nows and make purchases of what we already have back in storage. This is especially true for my auto mechanic husband and his tools. We have had some trouble making it a priority to go back to our storage facility back where we moved from because we don't really need any of it. But we are also paying to have it stored, and because there are some things we'd like to have our bed. So, we finally set a date. And we told friends back there when it was. We told friends so that it would force us to actually go through with making it happen. Note: if you have a goal and a plan, tell people about it. When you tell people about it, it makes it more likely that you will actually follow it through and enact your plan and reach your goal. And the funny thing is, the more people you tell, the quicker you will reach that goal. I feel the need for speed. Rep plus. It has been early so back to the stored items. Our plan is to go back, evaluate with keep, sell or donate. Load come truck. Home and re-evaluate upon arrival home. This is because there are things we don't want or need in our new home but could use here in NM in the cabin biz. Things I have learned are too many to try to list, so here are a few. 1. The one above in the note is huge and I have used it many times. Usually you don't tell anyone until you are convinced that you really are willing and wanting to enact your plan. 2. When making purchases, evaluate the need compared to the want. It is okay to purchase a want, just know that it will detain you getting to your goal by that much. Evaluate if putting off your goal is worth it. 3. Even if you purchase a want, don't regret it even if it was a poor decision. Learn from the mistake and find a way to not repeat it. I guess that should be true of all mistakes. 4. Change your view of mistakes as just one more way not to do something. That is it? No, but it is simple. I think Jim Rohn said that. Rep speed to all of you, for the work you've done on this. Great stuff. Russ, I laugh out loud when I read this. I know how much I spend each month, and it's pretty ridiculous and definitely unnecessary, but I've not really worried about it. But now that I'm starting to try to track everything, I'm cutting way back. But not because what you might think. It's not the amount that distresses me. It's just that I'm so administratively inept, that I just dread having to itemize all the purchases, so I've been choosing not to make them, just so I won't have to record them. Whatever works. I completely relate. Are you kidding me? You want me to add one more task to the list? I'm trying to, not add to them. I found a few years ago that what works best for me is to use a credit card and use Quicken. Download everything into the software, and spend or have someone else spend a little time at the end of the month. Categorize each purchase. Voila. I've got a pretty little chart that tells me more than I ever wanted to know. At Around the World, I practice that since 1998. Except that I use a self-developed Excel sheet for that. Thanks to that I knew exactly when I could afford building a house, which I did. The knowledge of your spendings gives a warm feeling of safety. icon_super. OK. 1 room done. We started with our son's room, remember? He's only 19 months. We got rid of 12 kitchen garbage bags full of clothes including stuff we had in storage, all went to the Salvation Army. We kept a specific set of clothes for ages 0 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, 6 to 9 months and 12 2 years to account for our needs over the next 9 months. We are adopting a policy of one thing comes in, then one thing goes out. I'm a bit disappointed with the amount of toys I got rid of, less than half. Couldn't part with the classic Fisher-Price toys or the Lego, but did get rid of the noisemakers and most of the plastic. Amounted to about 2 boxes full of stuff. Funny thing is that the room looks almost exactly the same. How creepy. Cheers. Dave. I always have such a hard time getting rid of any of the kids' stuff too. We just eliminated 4 more boxes of toys out of the kids' rooms this weekend. I think I can still get rid of more. I am having doubts of getting rid of the Care Bear and Little People stuff. Lol, and yeah, their room still looks the same too. Lol. It is creepy. I swear the toys multiply like rabbits. I'm experiencing something similar, kinda. I've lost both of my parents in the past 3 years. When we were preparing for the estate sale in December, I just couldn't bear to dump a lot of the stuff, so I took it with me. It's still in boxes, many boxes that I will go through when the emotions aren't quite as raw. Fortunately, we have a lot of storage space. But even that needs to be weeded through eventually. Quick note here: limited internet access while on the road. Just saw this as I was signing off. Jill, understand your sitch. We went through the same thing. Sharon's my wife parents just a couple of years ago. All of the sibs got together and sorted, and made peace. Things or got closure. It was hard, but very worth it, heart-wise. Trust on the toys side. Really didn't keep that much, but will reduce again once we begin traveling in a few months. Did my clothes yesterday. Looked in the closet, asked myself, how much of this stuff have I used in the past year? Removed everything, kept only one nice suit jacket, dress pants, white shirt, 2 ties so I have choice, and a short sleeve button-up shirt. The rest went to the Salvation Army. Still have to go through my dresser, but I use just about everything in there. On the funny side, Michelle went through her clothes, found a wallet in her dresser that had $300 in it. We suspect it was from when we last traveled south of the border about a year ago. So you've already helped us find $300, Russ. How about that? I'm liking this plan thing. Congrats on the $300 find. It is always sweet to come out ahead of the game. I'm in the process of unloading all of my leftover eBay inventory. I was going to do a yard sale, but think I'll run a bunch of 99-cent auctions and see how much of it I can unload. I have about 1,300 items from my store that I closed. It will be the last hurrah of stuff to unload. I'm thrilled. Whatever doesn't go in this final round on eBay will go out at a yard sale. Had to put a photo of us decluttering. Here's my wife sorting our books. This is the hardest thing we've ever had to do. We're book people. I so relate to the book thing. And, self-storage. Anyone? Russ, is that a part of the plan? Do people really have to get rid of all that glorious stuff? Can't they just stick it in storage? I know of this really cool place. Sonia, you make me laugh. No. You don't have to get rid of the stuff. Just ask my wife, who has to live with over 3,000 books of mine. Exclamation mark. We all have our little picadillos. And if the answer is no, then the next question is, what am I gonna do with this stuff? Answers can be anything. 1. I'm gonna keep this stuff. I love my underscore. Insert guilty pleasure. 2. I'm gonna sell this stuff and invest the proceeds. 3. I'm gonna donate it, and write it off. 4. I'm gonna give it to my kid, sister or brother, cousin, friend, etc. And I suppose answer number 5 could be, hey, I'm gonna call Sonia and stick all this in her mini storage. SMX1 Russ H. The plan for the books is to sell them and purchase a video recorder with the proceeds for the birth of the new baby and the camping trip. Going through the books first will make it easier to get rid of everything else. It will be like, hey, we got rid of the books, so what are we doing keeping this blankety blank? So the photo is only of the one room. It's the major bookshelf in the house. The ones upstairs will be harder, kids' books. Then we have more in storage that should be easier to get through as well. Actually, we are enjoying the process. I also have a book fetish. I've toned my collection down to about 500 and now started on audiobooks. I have around 300 audiobooks on an external hard drive. The first thing I do when I am at someone's house is look at the books on their bookshelf. You can learn a lot about a person simply by the books they read. Lance, I just saw a post and was wondering, what if you don't have the power per se in terms of capital and you have a plan, even your economy is not helping matters? What will you do so you don't end up in cages of the cops or say police? That is by no stealing or killing. Cigar Group. All the items you quoted are about who you are, not how much money you have. Are you in a place where you have no control over your environment, or in a place where you have no income whatsoever? Even if you are in this situation in a hospital, prison, or some other completely controlled environment. You are figuring out your core characteristics can be done in this kind of environment, and a plan can be developed. Russ H. Last week my Xbox 360 decided it hated me and developed the red ring of death. I never realized how much time I wasted playing it until I didn't have an I work 4 12-hour days with 3 days off every week. Normally on my days off I play Xbox and do a little housework. Well, without the Xbox I was able to accomplish so much more with my time. I was able to do a ton of yard work I have been putting off and even had enough time to help out with chores at my parents' house. I never realized how much time I wasted playing video games until I no longer had it. Another big thing that helped my productivity is I planned out my day the night before. Usually I would just wake up and do whatever I felt like. This led to a lot of TV and not much else. Since I started planning out my day I have found that I have more time to do the things I to do and even more time to do the things I to do. I think I can apply this strategy to my finances as well. Stop wasting my money on needless things, focus on my overall goal and take action to achieve those results. I have a special section in my book for video games. The chapter called Detours and Roadblocks, equals : thank you sign. Like I said, I am a Nigerian and I need a good plan on how to go about marketing online and offline, as I am a web designer and needs a good plan on this issue as there are a lot of web designers on the web. Help me ASAP, BGH. Great thread, Russ, just stumbled across it, can't wait to start it and following up on tracking my expenses etc. I know it's going to be eye-opening. Quick update: since tracking expenses in November and adjusting our spending in December, we have managed to save $2,400.00 towards the purchase of our next investment property. Along with this we have put back another $900.00 for our spring break vacation next week. Time for some R&R on the beach with a fishing pole in hand. Fortunately my DJ business has been picking up as it is wedding season, hence the vacation money coming so quickly and easily. Still following this thread. My expenses for February were £7.50, banking fees £2.00, cloakroom £10.99, education book £24.82, entertainment touristy type things in London £91.82, groceries £6.00, haircut £48.01, health of which 43.25 is for gym membership £1.00, postage £480.00, rent £113.40. Transport £6.70, work breakfast £58.96, work lunch total, £851.20, significantly down from January. I've also done inventory of my stuff. I had no idea I had 45 pairs of socks and 8 single socks without a partner. See the picture. I'm sure there is a business opportunity there, but I can't see it. SMX1. Maybe that's a topic for another thread. Now you all know why I buy tons of socks, say, 20 PR, all at the same time. The only colors I buy are white and black. So when 1 or 2, or 3 socks go missing, I just pair it up with the other identical socks. Part of my commitment to Russ H. Well, do your kids have colors? I've got a red kid, a blue kid and a green kid. It applies to all sorts of things: towels, sheets, socks, underwear. One color per kid, eh? Aye, that. Russ H. You will like it even more when you have hundreds of kids running around. Well, okay. Maybe socks. Not. I do the same thing as Russ. Like the kids' idea too. Maybe I'll do stripes and polka dots if the next one is a girl. Yeesh. I'm ambitious. But not ambitious. Russ H. Then you can even name them after the colors: Brandy, Amber, Grayson, Pink Oops, Taken, and Old Yeller. At the risk of sounding too goosey and sentimental, I've just read through all 14 pages of this thread. Holy cow, I'm so inspired now. I'm afraid I joined after this had started and didn't run across this until now. Apologies for being the latest bloomer right now. Reading the transformations, the realizations and the exclamations as you guys have gone through this exercise is compelling. I'd really like to try my hand at this, too. At the risk of being lame by posting so long after everyone else, I'm going to go through the first steps and start today with my monthly expense tracking. Or at least I say I am. I can see the obvious differences between saying it and doing it. I love a good challenge. Thanks to you all for being inspiring and accommodating. Kudos for everyone who's gotten so far in this already. Missiles, welcome to the plan thread. Looking forward to your input. Russ just 8 as I do, but my wife thinks I'm nuts. Coco. Thanks, Russ. It's Sunday, 2 days since I started. I'm keeping track of the weekend expenses and plan to post with my value lists at the beginning of the work week. I'm excited that it's sticking on my mind but trying hard not to let it influence any buying decisions. So far I'm most amused at myself for realizing what others have said. Sometimes you almost don't feel like making a purchase because you don't feel like writing it down. Works for Food Diaries, too, says the fat guy who lost all kinds of weight when he had to write down everything he ate. Russ H. Sorry, just started reading the thread. This might help somebody. Even better option might be just to collect all the receipts you get and enter them into your financial program. I use free and have been analyzing my finances for months. It really is good to know your monthly budget. Did you know has been pointed out, just use an ATM card, and the bank totals all this stuff up for you. The big point here is, most of us make a lot of spur-of-the-moment cash purchases that suck thousands of dollars a year from our lives. Actually documenting every penny calls for a much higher level of awareness. I collected receipts for years, but it wasn't until I started tracking each and every penny that I really discovered where all that lost money was going every year. Now, I just never carry any cash. Accomplishes the same thing, and takes less time. Banana, Russ H. I'm really happy to post my list. Thanks again for taking the time to consider it and letting me join in. Who am I? Wanted, but then Thrill was gone. Tickets to events that I thought would be exciting, but then, May 2, fancy iPod 3, food items if, brand name items i.e. hairstyling products, shoes. Why do I not like this? Excitement fades shortly after arriving, Yusu. Because I built it up too much in my head beforehand. My off-brand, simpler MP3 player did fine. Thrill was gone after few seconds of swallowing. If, later buying generic versions and realizing they were just as good. The name is for status, and who really notices? What do I really want? To be flexible with my daily schedule, doing what I want when I choose to be interacting with people, in person and online, to be creating or exploring, trying new designs, ideas, gadgets, technology, outfits, places to be organizing and entertaining to help people by making their lives easier or making them feel better about themselves, making people feel good, to learn to research, review and critique new things, i.e. artwork, websites, movies, clothing, interiors, etc. Something in design or entertainment or media. Fun stuff. What do I love to do? Do regularly, weekly or daily. Haven't done in a long time. Run core values, like to flirt or love sex, a connector, connecting people to one another or to ideas. Love learning, sociable, like relating to others. Go explore on a regular basis. I can go to the neighboring, bigger island for more things to do, but don't do that on a regular basis. Okay, I've been tracking this for a couple weeks now. My expenses haven't surprised me much, although I have noticed that I'm not reaching for a few of the little extras that I was just grabbing without thinking prior to this exercise. I have found the greatest sense of freedom and then energy from evaluating the stuff in my apartment. I have tossed out excess things I was keeping for art projects and never used. Magazines with good articles to save, and critically sorted my clothes. I am a clothes horse, but I've given away things I haven't worn to several little kids I know, girly jewelry and makeup, and started selling on eBay. I've re-gifted several books that I don't need. I'm about to move into a new apartment. It's perfect timing with this exercise. I like renting, if only because I don't settle completely into a place. I come from the mindset that I'll have to move eventually, so I don't want to collect excess. I'm not saying anything that hasn't been said already on this thread. Obviously. But it is really cool when you do it for yourself and fully understand what others are saying. Fast lane or slow lane? It's a simple choice but not always easy. There's a book called Design Yourself, Rethinking the Way You Live, Love, Work and Play, which covers all topics in one's life and simplifying. From your career, your closet, your relationships, your health, your spirit, your sex life. It's a fast read and a book that fits in well to this. On Amazon. If you're interested, thanks. And Russ. The biggest leap. Today I just signed a lease on a new apartment, cutting my rent by 40% a month. I got to thinking about it when I first read this thread. A few days later, a friend dropped a tip of a good place she knew of for much less rent. I hated to think of moving, but after that initial thought, I knew moving like that would be a significant move forward to setting myself in a better way financially. I didn't really need all the space in my current apartment. It was just luxury and would help me clean out my stuff again. I would have tossed the apartment tip aside had I not already been thinking along these lines, thanks to this thread. Yahoo! Great job, Ms. Update: we started dumping stuff last weekend. We set up a garage sale at the shop. We only got about 1 or 3 of the stuff down there and were only open for about 3 hours, but we made $250. We still have all the clothes and collectibles still in the attic, but we got rid of 10 boxes of toys, 4 outgrown bike or trikes and 6 boxes of Christmas decorations. We sold dirt cheap just to get rid of a lot of stuff. We plan on setting up again next weekend with the rest of the stuff and clothes. It's awesome because we have access to the shop parking lot on the main highway through town. Loads of traffic passing. Lots of customers. I hope we can get rid of at least the best clothes and kids' jackets and the collectibles. Then the rest will go on eBay, Amazon, or get donated. Also we sold the extra car, got $800, had to split with DH Boss. He bought all the parts to repair and found the buyer. Still have the 2 biggest items left, the 125 gallons fish tank and the corner office desk. Hopefully those go soon. It kinda made me a little sick to sell so much stuff for so little money though. But then it dawned on me that we will never use any of it again, and the little money was worth it to get rid of the clutter. It wasn't making me anything sitting in my attic. And now I have space. The plan is we sell everything we can over the next 3 weekends, then list all the collectibles and my books online for sale and donate the leftover clothes to Goodwill and take the deduction. I will update again soon. Carry you, Merkin Man. Great insights, icon_super BTW. I always feel strange when I call you. You know what A is, right? Russ. OMG. Only you would know that, Russ. Now I know to never room with him in as. Comments. Bobber, what happens in as? Russ H. Dokie. Not sure why you'd want to be associated with a wig that covers the pubic area, but whatever floats your boat is cool. W or me. Russ H. Interesting you list this as a passion. It is one of mine as well, and honestly, one of my favorite things in the world to do. I always wanted to be an architect, but I can't draw a straight line. I'm now working for a development firm and I at least get to look at buildings as opposed to houses. But I'm wondering what ideas you have for finding a way to make money from this passion. I've noticed I'm drawn much more to the creative side of real estate, i.e. architecture, design, etc. My grandpa always tells me, find what you love to do, and then find out how to get paid for doing it. Did he become a multimillionaire by doing what he loved to do? If so, then it would be great to get to know more about his success story. Yes, he did. His passion is other people, interacting with them, helping them and just shooting the breeze, if you will. In his early days, he held a few jobs that he didn't like. He then decided to find a way to interact and shoot the breeze with people all day. He did research and figured out what his town was lacking. A good supply store. He didn't know much about supplies when he began, but he thought if he could create a supple store where he and others could come, tell stories, shoot the breeze, and if he provided top-notch customer service and relations, that his store could make money. He started with bathroom supplies, and 40 years later, when he finally sold the store, he was one of the state's top toilet supply retailers. He sold the store for many, many millions. but had consistently been making millions per year. This forum has got to be one of the best habits I've picked up in my life. For the most part, it's supportive, energetic, resourceful and intelligent. I love this thread. This one has such a stick factor. It seems like most of us who have taken this challenge are still with it and are noticing changes. I moved to a new place for 60% of the rent and already feel lighter, less stuff once I really went through it all, and less rent dollar and rejuvenated. Which gets me kicking in my professional world, which is all the better. It's interesting to hear from those who are responding after 6 months and longer. Good job to the one who decided to finally get started, Merkin man. You're going to find your way. Perhaps if you don't try to look too hard or try doing something wildly different than you normally do one weekend, you might find something fascinating. You say your current financial situation doesn't leave you with enough, that you are comfortable. How much will it take to be comfortable? How long will it take for you to make that much to be comfortable? Is it worth stumbling down that direction before you're comfortable, to see where your real estate interest or passion might lead? What are your roadblocks right now? I don't mean to be nosy or sound accusing, just throwing it out there. Carrot, that's called the latte factor, baby. It adds up. It all adds up. Great stuff. Russie, have had to track my expenses out of necessity for years. Only recently have I made more money than I spend. Post-divorce, go figure. Done the fire thing before. Concluded that everything is replaceable. Did the inventory thing when I moved out from my ex's house. I'm a Spartan at heart. Only the bare essentials. I have little in the way of fluff stuff. Probably a few books and CDs I would unload. The rest is clothes, sparse furniture and tools. I include kitchen appliances and gadgets under tools. Just a quirk of mine now. The first part is something I have really never done. I have set certain goals. Some I achieve and some I haven't. I guess I'll do it backwards just like I do everything else. Smiley eel. This post is on the verge of changing a life. Thanks boss. You're welcome. But just to clarify, I'm not your boss. Boss kinda means I'm above you. Somehow. I don't feel that way. Consider me a fellow traveler on the road to financial independence. Russ H. You know the best part about getting rid of the extra stuff? I hate moving it. With my first home coming up, it's a very good excuse to inventory and decide what I really need. I found stuff I moved 2k miles from Gabak to go and haven't used in 2 years. Sheesh. Anyway, I'm looking forward to your next installment in this thread. It's been a real eye-opener. I know I should be more proactive in doing things ahead of time, but in this case I enjoy the exercise and learning with the group. Alright, let's see here. Core values: family, happiness, health, security. Honor things I like to be around: family, lakes, ocean. Suppose water would cover this. Campfires, woods, supportive people, good company, friends. Things I like to do: hang out with family or friends, play video games, boat rides, camping, cookouts, watch movies, go outside, music, drink beer, be with friends and family. I'm not very good at the whole self-reflection thing. Sorry. Josh, excellent work. Don't sell yourself short. Your core list is more than 99.9% of the population will ever do. Now, the thing is, how will you maximize your life to best pursue what you love? Start on the other exercises, and catch up. We'll be moving to the next level soon. Russ H. Well, I've been around here since before this thread was even started, and yet I have never bothered to do anything with it myself. I've pondered and pondered about who I really am. I'm 17, as some many know, so I really have no idea. And odds are I'll be different tomorrow. But I decided to attempt to do this for who I am now, and update my real life list as needed. I love learning. I enjoy or love friends. I enjoy technology or gadgets. I love romance. I like listening to people. I enjoy being in front of people. I love playing games. I love making people smile or laugh or happy. I enjoy teaching only those willing to learn. I could never be a school teacher. X. I like meeting new people. I like spontaneous things. I love nature. I like power. I like creating things. I love imagination. I enjoy new experiences so long as they're not bad. Friends, family, love games or entertainment, stories or experiences, woods, relaxation, knowledge, cook, dream, succeed, travel, woo, I have it easy for now, because I live with my parents. Essentially life costs me $0 a month. Granted, I have to pay for my own gas, but I make $10 a week in allowance, so that ends up going there, and I already drive a '92 Honda Accord. So the old car thing is fine with me, lol. But I understand the point of this part, which is why I really don't buy anything. And I found out a good while ago that most of my core values don't line up with actual items anyway. I just love people, being with people, watching people, listening to people, etc. And, since that's free other than the cost of traveling to get to the people, that's all I've been up to lately. And, since I was not kidding about my allowance simply going to gas, basically I make no money, and lose no money as it stands. As I have no job, I've kept track of my expenses such as that for a long time, because I realized that all the video games I was buying with my allowance when I was 13 years old would only entertain me for a few days, and cost a month's allowance. Not good. And I always eat at home, cause the food is free. Hooray for having parents. But, as I get out into the world, I will be conscious about such decisions, I promise. Don't think the lesson is lost on me. Once again, it's a terrible convenience to live with my parents, it seems. Granted, much like my mother, if I don't want something, or won't use it, odds are I'm going to just throw it away, or give it away. Currently, I really only have essential things. A computer, desk, clothes, etc. And, when I move out, will only take these essential things, so another fairly uneventful part for me. Once again, the lesson is not lost. However, I just don't have much, if anything, to change because of it at the moment. Though, to answer the fire question, I'd grab my computer, cell phone, and wallet if at all possible for convenience sake. But, if not, there's nothing I'd grab, and I wouldn't worry too much about it. The most important things to me other than people and pets, of course, are memories, and they're pretty hard to lose without killing me. And, this pretty much takes me through the inventory stage. As I said, I'll really only be keeping my bare essentials, and things that I want when I move out. And I can't get rid of most things around me otherwise, because they're not mine, lol. Sorry for potentially vague responses, I understand the ideas and know what's going on myself. But, since everything is my parents as it stands, there's not much action I can take. My room is perfectly clean and orderly, but the rest of the house is a bit iffy, lol. I can't wait to see where this goes next. Especially now that I'm involved. Took the whole day to come up with the 3 parts, but here it is: freedom, happiness, kindness, friendliness, accepting, growth, patience, diligence, humility, health, safety, loyalty, honesty, charity, family, people who are masters at their tradecraft, so I can be just like them, friends or people who have similar core values as me, accepting or friendly or kind or honest, people who help me when I'm down, nonconformists or people who do not follow everyone else getting on the fast lane greater than staying on the slow lane, friends or others who duel against each other in video games or games in general like chess or Connect 4, cold environments like the indoors or the apartment or stores or malls or inside cars or trains or subways, brightly lit rooms, water or cold sugary beverages, computers with a fast internet connection, cats or dogs or birds or other animals or pets, air conditioners, surf the web, being around my family, teach my family or friends what I know, even though they make fun of me because they do not see any results, occasionally play addicting video games, reading or listen to audiobooks, learning new things or trying out new foods, research on spiritual or success or money products or methods or reviews, help other people with their problems, teach or give advice, write or type reviews or articles, meditate, edit or edit my posts or email to make sure it makes sense, recheck posts or email to see if someone or person I sent it to responded, make sure I always have a sufficient amount of money as a security blanket, or else I do not go out, buy small toys or gadgets or video games or for entertainment, eating or sleeping, waiting for or receiving packages, sometimes play Texas Hold'em or card games, weightlifting, play basketball, biking, golfing, dream about bigger positive situations I want to be in or be by myself and just think about life, be around or take part of creative arguments or debates or conversations, walk around or sit down in the park or street and just daydream, watch funny or dramatic or inspiring or positive or upbeat videos or movies or television shows online. SMX 6: water $5, food $5, fruits or instant noodles or crackers $10 weekly at best. So about $40 a month, and $480 a year. That's about it. All depends if my parents are tight on money, ranging from $5 to $15 weekly. Sometimes I don't get anything at all. Other times, if I want to buy a book that I am interested in or some program that I want to join, they'll give me $75 at most. Weird part is I'm used to this way of frugal spending, because I have 4 brothers and sisters, 2 brothers, 2 sisters, and I'm the oldest. I don't drink, drive, or watch movies each weekend. I bought my clothes at Foot Locker, 6 plain t-shirts for $20. My parents own the apartment, and they basically spend their money on the food or laundry or gas or bills. I guess the reason why my parents haven't kicked me out yet is because I don't cost much to keep around. Oh, and they love me. SMX 4: my Helsync CDs for meditation or CD player and headset. I'm with Nerd Smasher on his part. All the stuff is really my parents. So to sum it up, just give me a computer with fast internet and a desk or chair for writing or reading, air conditioner, place to crap and piss or take a shower, cold water, good bed for my back, and some noodles and I'm good to go. Placeholder for more detailed response, SMX 9: Russ H. Okay, I'll jump in and see what happens. I think I actually already lead a pretty simple life in terms of expenses and inventory of stuff, and regarding core values and things I love to do, I've been inspecting myself with help of some advice from Brian Kim and Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. So I did the list of desires, picked one, did some desire and faith boosting exercises, and am now in the primary plans and actions stage. My goal is to start making $5,000 a month with my web publishing business by September 9, 2009. Yeah, I picked a 999 date. In this first planning stage, I'm coming up with ideas and candidate web projects, which I have to pick one which I'd ride to this goal. Now, freedom, independence and privacy, clarity of thinking, spontaneity and flexibility, open-mindedness, kindness and love, tolerance, financial security, achievement, integrity and honesty, growth, music, writing, technology, wealth, rich mind, design and creativity, escapism, thinking, curiosity, technology, convenience, serenity, vision, safety, power, passion and motivation, advocating, pursuit of a cause, my computer. Inspiring people. Out on a nice starry night in a techie environment. Writing about my interests and beliefs. Thinking. Listening to trance and ambient music. Building online projects. Debating or discussing making electronic music, though haven't done in a while. Watching movies, especially sci-fi, partying occasionally. Playing 3D games. Tinkering with software, trying programs, tweaking, etc. Exploring the web, watching videos, for stuff of interest, chatting on IRC, building computers. Help others in self-liberation and self-growth. Designing logos and graphics, watching the night sky. Throwing a party, never done, but would like to do. Shopping for tech stuff, especially computers. Talking. Why get a chance? I'm living in a cheap flat with my sister in Europe, Croatia, and this is probably lower than most Americans are used to. $435 a month. My sister covers food and sometimes water or electricity bills, but if not water or electricity then it's $540. This is slightly variable though, but I'll try get it in a habit to track my expenses and thus be more precise about it. I don't spend much anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem. This flat. Food. Electricity, water, internet, phone. This computer for my biz. I make a basic living from my online biz, but as mentioned above, I'm looking to drastically grow it in the coming year. My hard drive or whole computer, since it's actually quicker, disk has to be unmounted. My wallet and maybe my mobile phone. They're small. My computer, speakers and LCD. As a web publisher and with most interests revolving around internet and computers, or pursuable through them, My computer is most of what I need to be happy. Call me a computer geek if you will, I sort of am. I should take a little time off my weekend for this, but it's really not much stuff. Still, there are a few drawers here which might contain a few items I don't really need, though I did organize them recently. Cheers. Excellent work, Momonode. Just curious, you've set your monthly goal at $5,000, but only spend about 1 or 10 of that currently. Do you think you'll be tempted to stop when your passive income hits, say, $600 a month? Or will that only give you more motivation? Russ H. Thanks Russ. Actually, I already hit $600 on average, but it would motivate me further because I want to be able to do more things, from material stuff like buying a car, deciding on a place to live in the world and buying a house there, investing into even bigger ventures that somehow help the causes I believe in, etc. What I spend now is only for quite a basic living. I don't go out much, don't spend much on extras. For example, I'm postponing buying a new touchscreen mobile phone, a bigger SATA hard drive, and am even conservative on the main name and web hosting expenses, etc. because I still don't feel quite so secure financially. What I make is basically just over the basic line. Not to mention that it's on the old websites which I've lost some of the interest on, so I'm now attempting to create something new and more motivating yet more profitable. Also, the global economy isn't in a really good shape and the prices are going up while the dollar value is going down, so I need a lot more to secure myself, let alone get to the point of being able to save for big things. And I don't want to ever take a loan. I've never been in a real debt and I intend to keep it that way. I've heard too many horror stories about loans and I just don't feel good knowing I owe money to someone. If I'm buying a house, for example, it's got to be from savings, or a payday from some investment. I don't want a big house anyway. By being afraid of loans, you are missing one of the most powerful investment tools available: leverage. This is what helped a few here to make millions. Instead of being afraid of debt, maybe you need to study it a little bit to see when it is right to use it, and how. Alright, maybe I should consider that at some point, but something tells me that now isn't the right time to think about loans. I mean, if there is a chance to increase my earnings without taking any loans, then that seems to be the right way to do it. I suppose somewhere down the road though, once I've lined myself up better financially so that I have an income stream that can back up my ability to pay back what I borrowed, borrowing might be something to leverage, but I'd be very careful with that and start with smaller amounts. But for now, it seems right to avoid it. Thanks. Time to rejuvenate this thread. Since Russ is holding out on sharing the next steps of the plan until more people participate, I figured I'd jump on board and contribute. Adventure or discovery, thrill seeking or risk taking, or anything that gets the heart pumping and makes you feel truly alive. Happiness, involvement of friends or family in activities I enjoy, consideration and respect, positive attitude, being around people that motivate or inspire me, trust, honesty, and loyalty in relationships, personal growth, doing your best, self-reliance, providing security for family, leisure, faith, freedom, achievement, humor, my wife and kid, the ocean, the beach, sunshine, passionate or motivated or inspiring people, new discoveries or new journeys, fireworks, laughter, puppies and children, travel, road trip, go on a cruise, drive, sex, play on the beach or in the ocean, eat good food, laugh or make friends and family laugh, almost any activity or sport that's thrilling or exciting, earn money without having to labor for it, wear fashionable clothes, sit outside on a clear night and gaze at the stars, spend quality time with my wife and son, help friends with basic personal financial planning, tour new homes, learn, grow, and discover, act like a kid again, playing together with my son. How little can I live on? If I were to go to the extreme and sell my SUV, house, and most material possessions, like Russ suggested in the Taking Action thread, and go with a completely minimalist lifestyle, I figure my expenses would cost me about $1,500 a month. Of course, I'd have quite a bit of extra cash available to invest, not only from the sale of my possessions, but also from my dramatically reduced monthly expenses, which, I assume, is his point in this exercise. Here's how I came up with the $1,500 a month figure: car, monthly payment, $125 mobile home. Monthly payment, $450 health or disability or life insurance, $180 auto insurance, $45 maintenance, $40 clothing, $25 food, $300 gasoline, $125 electricity, $80 entertainment, $40 household necessities, $50 phone, $40 total, $1,500, and that would cover pretty much all my needs for survival existence. My average monthly expenses are quite a bit higher than my survival existence expenses I budgeted in the above exercise. Mortgage, $787 car payment, $0 health or disability or life insurance, $186 auto insurance, $72 phones or internet or cable services, $183 electricity, $74 heating, $42 water, $35 home dues, $11 trash, $22 groceries and household goods, $427 dining out or fast food, $389 entertainment, $111 gasoline or auto maintenance, $227 gym membership, $45 clothes, $40 miscellaneous, $75 total average monthly expenses, $2,726. And since I know Russ has been hounding everyone to tally up your expenses down to the last penny, I included my expenses for the month of September from using my debit card for all purchases, and this is how I came up with some of the figures above. But keep in mind that I had some highly out of the ordinary expenses in September, mainly the clothing and purchases, but as Eve had said, unordinary expenses can creep into your budget each month. September expenses: mortgage, $787.54 health or disability or life insurance, $185.80 auto insurance, $72.25 phones or internet or cable services, $183.26 electricity, $74.42 heating, $41.80 water, $35.52 groceries and household goods, $427.43 doctor visits or medicine, $44.77 dining out or fast food, $389.42 purchases, $84.16 annual credit checkup, $23.95 entertainment, $111.45 gasoline or car maintenance, $226.83 gym membership, $44.59 business expense, $95.00 clothing, $265.30 total expenses for September, $3,093.49. The biggest thing probably would be the fact that I can get by with significantly less expenses. Just how I convince my wife of the fact is another story, and also, although I'm certainly not living beyond my means, I'm also saving an additional $18,000 a year that I could be if I reduced my expenses by $1,500 a month, as I could by keeping the survival existence budget. Quina good stuff. SMX9 rep speed for you. Russ H. Thanks for the help. Cheers. What I would bring SUV, my kids' car seat, debit card and cash, driver's license, IDs, and important documents, photo CDs and home movies, Bible, laptop, allergy medicine, Tylenol, 1 week's worth of clothes for each person, my kid's favorite teddy bear, Blanky, and some of his favorite toys, Thomas the Train sets, cell phone, wedding rings, shaving bag, or toiletry items, toothbrush, toothpaste, razor, etc. A few dishes, glasses, and silverware, some cookware, vacuum clean rum. I think I'm getting a little off track here, Russ said. So, with that in mind, what else would I take that I would feel essential to my happiness? You know, the thing of it is that as long as I have my wife and kid with me, the rest is truly just material, replicable or not. It's really not that big of deal. Most of it is just stuff. Okay. Now this part is definitely going to take longer. I went through of the bedrooms this weekend, inventorying everything in an Excel spreadsheet and taking digital photos. The rest of the house may take a little while. I'll post my progress this weekend. SMXB Freedom, family, friends, health, happiness, loyalty, working hard to get what I want, growth, prosperity, honesty, more brain dead people without a negativity aura, as I like to call it. A lot of trees. The ocean, family, friends, computer, juice, all animals, non-conforming people. Surf, snowboard, skateboard, chill with friends and family, listen to music, think, sleep, hang with the girlfriend, live. My expenses are minimal, maybe $5 here and there. Being only 15, my parents kind of have my back. I may spend up to $50 of my own dollars a year. Don't have much of an opportunity to make money at the time being. Family and friends, food, a place to live, my wallet, cell phone which acts as my music player, iPhone, a snack, running shoes, animals. My computer, my TV, guitar, skateboard. It may seem kind of useless for me to post since I neither have an income or expenses, but this is where I stand, and I want to get ahead before I'm 18. Way ahead. Cheers. This is a great thread, Russ. I have just spent the most part of this day reading your thread and following the activities. I did the activities as I read through your original post. I put them in a Word document that I can reference when I need to. The Who Am I was something that I find to be very valuable, and I'm very grateful that you pose this question. I have learned a lot just from doing everything in your original post. This brought me to notice certain influences in my life that take away and distract from the very person that I am. 1177.17 Last month, October 2008, I spend too much on cigarettes and my truck. I have most all of my stuff in storage in Arizona that I haven't seen since April. When I came to Pittsburgh, I drove my truck and brought 2 bins and 2 suitcases of cloths, a pillow, my laptop, phone, and some tools. That is all I have been living with, that is mine, for the last 7 months. And to be honest, I haven't worn half the cloths that I brought with me. SMX4, this has helped me even more to practice the if you don't need it now, don't buy it rule. I have realized over the last few months that I don't need anything but food, shelter, and cloth, and running water too. All the other things that I have just make things more convenient, like laptop, phone, etc. Is there another step coming, Russ? As and work. Charmed Angel and Deej. Rep speed for you for doing the work. Next, I truly haven't had critical mass on the last step. Expected it to be a bigger aha for those doing the exercises, so I haven't added additional items. Let me assume that it's my shortcoming for not communicating the last step better. I'll work on how to do this first, and post. Russ H. I was going to ask you about what the next steps are. I thought you might have just forgotten them. After all, it has been over a year since you originated the thread. Looks like I left everyone hanging on the final part of my plan, inventorying the house and describing why I decided to keep certain items and how they contribute to my happiness. But I guess I was a little fuzzy about the details of what you're looking for on this part. But I can tell you this much. Living simply or without having the extra unnecessary items around the house that you just have to pick up or clean or maintain is the way to go. At least until you can afford a housekeeper to pick up after you and all of your extra stuff. Phew, sorry to bump an old one. Russ the First tried to send you a note on this but cannot. Anyway, I am a product of my preaching, taking more action and not tracking. When I get the idea I do it instead of sitting around doing nothing. Typically do not spend on any unnecessaries if I do not have to. All great and fine, right? I'm out there doing something, making money, working towards my goals. Wait. What are my goals? What are my plans to purchase a house, etc., etc.? Crap, I have no idea. Which has led me back here to the roots of this forum and these threads. I am on the highway with no GPS or directions. I am moving, just not sure where. Sometimes that can be a blessing, but let's be serious, that blessing can only last until you are in the dark back roads and totally lost. Lesson learned thus far: while taking action is good, try to figure out where you are going at the same time. If not, start now. Anyway, I have condensed the pieces into a work doc that I will go over tonight and do the exercise. I am going to try to actually make a plan of my life. That way when asked I have an answer and also a direction to base major decisions off of. Thank you for taking the time to do this, Russ. Chris W. Chris, as one of our posters has in her SIG, speed is irrelevant if you're going in the wrong direction. Good to hear you're getting back on track. Looking forward to seeing your exercises. Banana Russ H. Yes, I know I am headed in the right direction. Or is that left? Anyway, my road ahead is foggy. My new goal is to make goals. We shall see how it is going to turn out. I think this exercise will take me a bit longer than I anticipated. The finance portion should be fairly easy because I do not spend on useless junk. I also signed up for almost a year ago, maybe less, and have a year's worth of data purchase by purchase. Rarely use cash so I can see my trending and quickly spot things that seem off. So thank you again, sir. I will be stopping by the other major planning and goal threads after this is done, one by one. Lighthouse goals are like speed. They are irrelevant if they take you down the wrong roads. Define who you are first. Then, learn how to pursue your dream. Russ H. Appreciate you making this thread. Bonusly, I love the 80-20 principle and am a poor college student. Therefore I basically have my essentials. Something I can see me being compulsive with though is food. I tell myself I want unhealthy food but I get it anyway for the utility. I usually get too much too, so I end up stuffing myself and not feeling satisfied after. It wastes money or time more and goes against me trying to better myself. Starting business, finding myself travel with friends or family, do something random with the family, making money, investing, understanding a new concept, room, shower, food, bed, water, a means of progress, a car, casual clothing. At least one nice suit cost around $435 or month for my situation. Rest coming soon. Thanks again for posting this. I have found it helpful so far. Family, health and fitness, happiness, good character, active learning, music, reading, people, different kinds of people, anything that gets my adrenaline pumping, anything competitive, the gym, my Jeep, the beach and the sun, outdoors, music, parties of any kind, driving anywhere, teaching anything, new things and experiences, the fam, people who are better than me at something or can teach me a thing or two, playing and watching any type of sport or competition, working on the GEP, working out and teaching people about health and fitness, cooking, going out, being spontaneous, traveling, being with family and friends, reading, driving, anything too crazy for the next person to do, listening to music, eating, chillin', much more. Brutally honest, I started this on a really bad month, a Euro broken bar, a road trip to Vetchen spring break, but here it is anyway. $391.91 spring break, everything including hotel, gas, food, sunscreen, alcohol, cover charges, act $186.99, food and hygiene products $118.01, gas $180.51, fast food $110.76, alcohol and cigs $57.50, domain names $50.13, clothing $26, laundry $22.02, books. My parents pay my rent most months now and they also cover my insurance. They just started giving me some money for my cell phone, so I took that off the list as well. Total, $523.66 minus $620.17, but I refigured the numbers and I am nowhere near that bad on the typical month, but I am still spending about $20 to $60 more than I make each month. What a dumbass, a Euro broken bar, seriously. At least I had saved up for spring break way before I went. Wallet, cell phone, and keys. I have a bunch of crap I don't Euro TMT need now that I think about it. Euro TMM about to hit up eBay for sure. Thanks Russ, this really opened my eyes. You're welcome. Rep speed for taking the time and effort to actually do the exercises. Start on that inventory and separate out all the stuff you don't use. It will make your life easier and you will probably have an aha moment about where some unnecessary expenditures have gone. Russ H. Thanks for updating this thread, Cardinals fan. I'm hoping Russ will reveal the next phase of the plan soon. Okay, lots of folks have done the exercises. And I guess I've been hoping for a few ahas here after you started tracking your expenses and looking at all the stuff you owned. What happened? Any ahas? I know Eve had some, and wild ambitions. Anyone else? Russ H. I discovered, banana, that's more like it. How about all the other folks who have done the exercises? Russ H. Or start a toy library. Get a storage space that you open 3x a week for 3 to 4 hours. Staff it or volunteers. You can get tons of toys from folks whose kids no longer play or them. And let's face it, once a kid plays or a toy for a few weeks, it loses its appeal. So you just bring it back to the toy library, and take out a different toy. Russ H. PSSSD. Some longtime girlfriends do the same thing or their clothes. I've heard. You could really be onto something here. I like the way you think, Russ. Speed Plus. Great post. Here I go with mine. Love family, love being healthy, love learning, love figuring things out, love being appreciated by. Thought about this for a while, and the truth is that I would say everything I have ever lusted for. I lost interest, at least in some part, almost immediately. I really want my own business. I want my freedom from the corporate BS and daily grind. I want to be loving, and I mean cherishing every moment of my life, because it really is a great life. Playing basketball, drive with a scenic road with my hand out the window on the nice long open road, go to the beach and relax all day, splurge on some shopping for me, my wife and the kids, go on a cruise, sit with a nice cup of coffee and read a book, take my wife out for a night in the town, goof off with old friends, visit family in Europe, just sit back and relax without worrying about anything, feel some passion for life again. That's it for me. Good exercise. Interesting thread. I'll reply with my own answers after my path is clear. Lasty, what do you mean? Please elaborate. Thanks, Russ H. I have reviewed my core values, planned for over a year, met with potential partners and went over statistical information until it seemed too good to be true. I forgot that the most difficult part of my task would be action. Russ has said daily, in just about everything that he has ever written, in quotations. Do not confuse motion with action. I believe that action was required to develop a network of some sort that would assist me through the beginning stages of actually developing my business. Being frugal was not the problem. Focus, an unflinching focus on the task at hand, was the problem. I flinched just for a second. Month or so or two, then 3, and found that 6 months later I was back at step 1. Now where do I start with a plan in hand? I have all the information that I need to begin. My only guess is that one assume the role that is to complete those tasks that will bring one closer to self-fulfillment. This is my story. Andre Swanson. Define where you want to go takes a few days. Map out how to get there takes a few days, or weeks. Get a good vehicle for the journey again, a few days or weeks. Total. Make sure you have fuel takes minutest than. Don't delay. Fastlane. Russ H. Just happened to come across this quote and thought it was pertinent. Happy birthday, Pinnacle. Cheers. I'm sorry, Unum. I meant to say, my B-Day is in October. Thanks. A few years ago, we decided to make some changes. We wanted to travel for a while. Hubby wanted to sail, but I wasn't quite ready for that, so we went with a big RV trip instead. We rented out our house, and gathered up all our possessions for a garage sale. Each family member was allowed to keep only a backpack, and whatever they could fit into it. Everything else was sold. Kitchen appliances, furniture, sports equipment, all of it. Sitting in the sun that weekend, out in the backyard while people offered $5 for some little trinket I used to love, was very strange. I went through periods of sadness, excitement, and regret. In the end, there were a few things I could not part with. Pictures, books, all those things, along with our really important paperwork, were put into a container and stashed away somewhere. Anything that did not sell at the garage sale was taken to the Salvation Army. Then, we hitched up the travel trailer, piled into the car and took off. We stopped, literally on our way out of town, and had a goodbye barbecue with some friends. Just as we were getting ready to drive away, someone asked how long we were going to be gone. Hubby said, "Oh, only about a month." People looked at us like we were crazy. We later realized that it was use of the word only. Everyone at that barbecue had a job, and were only given 2 weeks in a whole year for vacation time. We rolled down the road, with all of our worldly possessions right there with us except our investments. We were in our only car. All that we owned was coming right along behind us in our travel trailer. Before I started the entire process, I would have thought that eliminating nearly all of our possessions would have been really difficult. In little moments, here and there, I did have a little pang of sadness. I missed this little trinket or that little whatever it was. However, the overwhelming feeling I had was one of freedom. You mean, I can go anywhere not tied down by all of my possessions? I don't have to spend time and money buying, maintaining, cleaning, and walking around. My home is the world. Checking out someplace new is as simple as hitching up and filling the tank. Oh, and not forgetting the kids. Eliminating all that clutter is very liberating. Sounds like a great trip. How long were you gone? Where did you go and what did you see? Agreed ATW. It's weird that the things you own eventually come to own. Many years ago I bought a C-band satellite system for the TV. These dishes were about 6 feet across. I was in love with TV and wanted more. No cost was too much. That dish caught all kinds of wind and was constantly out of alignment. Instead of bringing me joy, this dish became a major albatross around my neck. I eventually pulled it out of the ground and sold it for scrap. Freedom. Cheers. It's been a few years now. But I think we ended up being gone for about 6 weeks. We drove from Montana down through Idaho and Utah. We stopped at many of the national parks in Utah. Spent some time in Moab, Arches, Bryce Canyon, and Zion. Then, on to Quartzsite SP. Did a trade show there. I still had a service business at the time, RV clients. Then over to California, slowly made our way up the coast. With a dip over to Yosemite, up to Oregon for a while, and finally back home. The following winter, we decided to do an extended trip again. This time in Ensenada, Mexico, with side trips to other areas. That one was about a month. The year after that, another extended trip. This one also in Mexico. This one was a road trip though. We started in San Diego, across the border, slowly made our way way down to the tip of Baja California. One of our stops was San Ignacio Lagoon, where we had an amazing experience with the gray whales. That is where my avatar pic came from. A mama whale or a newborn came over and played with our boat for about 15 minutes. We were able to reach out and touch her several times. She rolled around and did turns. Surfaced on one side of the boat, and I mean a little boat, then swam right under and surfaced on the other side. After driving the entire length of Baja, we took the ferry over to the mainland and made our way north again. On that side, we took a side trip on a train, up through Copper Canyon. Also a must-see place. Beautiful. You can spend your money on stuff or on experiences. Of course, you could spend your money on both. But we realized that the stuff gets in the way of the experience. Russ H. As you requested, it is difficult to get in the throw it out mood. I would highly recommend the following. I challenge everyone to take out a garbage bag tonight and just walk through your house or apartment and try to fill it with anything you have not touched in the last year or two and do not need. Come back tomorrow and let everyone know how full you got the bag. You can then put the bag up on another note. Russ H. Can you repost the steps for the plan? I got lost in the 18 pages of postings. I would like to start the exercise on a road trip I have coming up in a few weeks. Thank you sign for myself and the newbies. Thought this was a sticky. To save time, I won't go into specifics of my lists on part 1, but will share some insights. What I learned here is that my need of helping and contributing far outweighs my desire to be alone. That my solo activities pale in comparison to what I am really about. Much of my time this year was spent solo working on Forex, and the rest of my life suffered as a result of it. Much of my drive to work independently stems from the jerks I have to deal with at work. No surprises here because I am not all that materialistic. I had one item. A blow-up redneck pool that no one uses. I just put it away a couple of days ago. I did however purchase new furniture last year because that is something I have never done and was a reward for buying the house. Once again my least fuffling fun things were my solo activities like watching cartoons. Everything else is done with 2 or more people either directly or indirectly. This is an amazing thread Russ H. I have been working on my plan now and I would like to share it with all of you. It is still a raw draft, have to take it up again tomorrow. Just decided I will go through all 18 pages of this post today. It will always be a draft. I mean I'm 20 and I'm developing every day and things change every day, so slight modifications will be added, but I will keep you updated. I will also add a goal section to it. I just need to do some calculations before that's possible. Any feedback, hints, tips, tricks, criticism, anything is welcome. P.S. There will be some grammar errors and such, please do feel free to ignore them for now. Christian, my core values: honesty, being a good friend, ability to learn every day from every source possible, humor, good health, happy family, pushing my limits, developing myself both on individual initiative and from what comes to me in my everyday life, being able to walk to the ocean whenever I want, friends, family, cars, humoristic persons I feel can give my life more value, persons with whom I can have a serious conversation, persons with whom I can open up to no matter the subject, persons who shares the same interests as me, cats, being South European environment, bikes, road racer, remote controlled car, police force, different Lego items, super soaker, it's just not as fast as in the commercial, and I did not Euro TMT have the environment to drive around in as you see in the commercials. iPod Touch, well, it was cool in the beginning, but now it's just another piece of electronic equipment which is way too overrated. It's an MP3 player with the same number of functions as fancy watch. Had a flight certificate and go on a road trip in USA in the air in a small Cessna plane with a good friend. Well, being happy and remembered for what I am and what I do by my closest family, but also friends and even the most far away business contacts. Buying my dream house in Tuscany and having 2 dream cars in the driveway, one Italian Lamborghini Murcielago SV 670-4 in the second, German, BMW M5 Touring. The ability to make a difference, help other people when they need it the most, help my family, having some dreams have come through. Monitoring expenses, September 2009. To see these expenses, please go to the attached PDF file for diagram. Thank you in advance, and most important, what would I grab in a fire situation? Taken in consideration of what I have here in New Zealand, I would take my passport and my mobile phone. The simple reason for that is that I can survive without my wallet if I have my passport. My money are safely stored in the bank and not under my pillow. I would take my phone because I will need to be able to call for help and also to make a call to a family member to have a talk about what just happened. My pictures from what I have experienced here in New Zealand are all stored in an online album, so I would be able to recover them. Other than that, I don't Euro TMT really have that much stuff with me to New Zealand that I would not Euro TMT be able to let go of. Well, as of I don't Euro TMT have that much right now. As stated above, I will make this way Euro-y, moving into something new. I would need a clean kitchen with some good pans and knives because it makes me happy to cook and I enjoy spending time in the kitchen. I would need a computer in order to keep connected with family, friends and colleagues over various networking media, e.g. Skype, Facebook, LinkedIn. The computer should also be capable of run a few games like Formula 1 games, WTCC and other racing games, and first-person shooter like Call of Duty and Counter-Strike. I will also need a clean but not flashy bathroom. I wouldn't Euro TMT mind if it was too small to do a full 360-degree turn in it. It just have to be functional and clean. I will need a wardrobe for my clothes and jackets, as well as a single bed to get a healthy night's sleep. The kitchen should go into a small living room with space for a couch where the mates could sit and have a beer and enjoy a game of soccer. Eurocent in brackets. You'll find explanation lessons learned so far soon to come. Christian, since you had attached your plan as a PDF, I took the liberty of copying and pasting it into your post. It's really good. Rush H. PS no more parking for you. Speed for taking the first steps. Banana. Thanks for getting me into gear and on the road with a blistering 10 miles per hour while I uploaded in PDF because I was making it in Word, but the Word file was larger than allowed because of the picture of my September spendings. So for detailed spendings please view the PDF. Other than that, everything is in the post. I will go through it tonight and make it more readable, especially at the inventory, and will probably also add part 20. Go. Feeling great. This post is pretty much to all of you who hasn't done it so far. Do it. It's the best feeling. After you have done it, reward yourself by doing a collage. I've just started and still need lots of elements, but here is first draft. Still need to add family and other core values, but this is just things which isn't that private and could therefore also be used as avatar, but having this 4 pages of Word document with this great collage in the bottom keeps popping to my mind, asking, what could be better? What could I be without, and why am I where I am? What did I learn on my way to here? And what is usable for further personal development? And at last but not at least, how do I use all this great input to my favor? I can only recommend having what you write here in this post in a Word document as well, or whatever you prefer, in order to be able to keep overview, track and make quick changes, because you change and your environment and possibilities changes. PS. Feel free to browse my other pictures in my album. The stories for them are to be found on my blog. Christine, it's always great to see someone who truly takes this thread to heart. There is so much here on this thread, but most folks just read it and then click on another. They never do the exercises. Being on the fast lane means that you're a doer, not a watcher. This thread is a great nerd filter. It separates the wannabes and posers from the hardcore fast learners. A challenge to all who have read this thread but never posted all of the exercises: what will happen to you if you do the exercises? What will happen to you if you don't do them? It's the difference between doing and putting your life in gear, and not doing, just sitting on the sidelines, watching the cars zip by. Russ H. Been on a bit of a sabbatical from the forum, due to family and slow lane issues, so figured I would jump back in with posting my plan for us a Euro TMS exercises. So here it is so far. Who are you? Really? My core values: family, freedom, learning, helping others, being happy, confidence, contentment, scout law, trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean and reverent, unselfish, being positive, fitness, active, creativity. Objects I really wanted but no longer need or want: Kana, Euro TMT. Think of anything. Things I likes to be around: nature, family, friends, happy, positive people, tools, eccentric people, history, old stuff, good food, candy, live music, new places, guns, water. Things I likes to do: time with family, anything outdoors, sports, woodworking, redneck, Olympics, shooting, axe throwing, blowing things up, mud, cutting trees down, a Euro broken bar. Drinking wine with friends, antiquing, traveling, family, adventures, swimming, inventing, problem solving, learning, conversation, movies, painting or drawing, collecting, learning, history, fixing stuff, eating, making cheese, date night, playing golf, reading or listening to books, drawing solid models. Things I likes to do: sorted, time with family. So no, we are going to look at the micro level, as Russ suggests, to see where we are throwing away to tighten the Euro TMLL post after we have done step 2. At the same time, we have been doing a heavy push on getting rid of material stuff that has accumulated over the years, as I posted previously. Really great post. I am printing this out. Bump to the top. Newcomers, you are welcome to start from the beginning and do the exercises. I will be starting a new thread, plan part 2, shortly. You will need to have completed all of the exercises in this thread for part 2 to make sense or work for you. I'll be happy to give feedback if you have questions. Russ H. Only just read this thread and I'm so glad I have. It sort of coincides with something which I have been thinking about lately. I thought that eBiz would be my best option because I spend time on the internet, but I've realized other than research and chatting about cars, I only use the internet when I'm bored. I'm currently working on a website with my dad, but I've realized whilst working that I have no interest in coding. In fact, it's something I find too tedious to concentrate on fully. I have finished my current website, I will definitely keep working on it because it has massive potential, but I know now that either brick and mortar business or real estate is something I would be much more interested in, and I've realized that I am in an almost perfect situation for investment in real estate anyway. Rep++ for the original poster. Did plan to come yet? If not, I can't wait any longer. Thanks. Russ spent the last month working on this plan. It really opened my eyes on my spending habits. Step 1, core values: improving myself every day in all aspects, being a good friend, having freedom to do what I want, appreciating what I have, achieving high goals, things I like to be around, friends, family, successful people, determined people, beautiful girls, good music, nice clothes, nice cars, things I like to do. Go online and look up random things, hang out with my friends, hang out with my family, boxing, camping, working out, goals: become a millionaire, be my own boss, own a variety of businesses, use my success to help others succeed. Step 2, expenses: eating out $82.23, hookah lounge $53.50, shopping or groceries $38.12, other $86.70, total expenses from last month $260.55, total income from last month $243.75, net loss $16.80. This exercise really opened my eyes. I found that I really need to know when to say no when it comes to hanging out with friends, because a lot of my expenses come from eating out and going to hookah bars. Step 3: what would I grab in a fire situation? My wallet, my phone, and my car. What would I need if I moved? TV, laptop, important papers, bed, my books, all my clothes that I have in my dorm, success in mind, rep speed for doing. Russ H. I can't believe this thread hasn't had a new post in over a year. It definitely needs to come back into the light so that all of the new members can see the brilliance of it. Thanks again. My core values: honesty, not only with others, but yourself. Doing things smart. Inspiring people. Caring for the world and nature. Positivity. Being centered. Love. Connection. Pleasure. Leading. Health. Pushing my body to the limit. Art. Creativity. Freedom for all. Be. Sometimes wanting is better than having. One of the biggest wastes of my life or money so far has been video games of all types. It's all I did as a kid. Didn't even have time for GF or a job, because video games dominated my time. Looking back on it, video games have nothing to do with my values. I should have been outside, playing, flirting with girls, joining the football team, doing f***ing something, starting a band. Instead, I have a level 80 character in WoW. I've played about 700 games of League of Legends, etc. Other than that, I've never really had the money to buy things I wanted. Take on its own. Things I like to be around outside. Cityscapes. Pools, ocean, sea. Trees, cool birds, animals. Pleasing sounds. Gorgeous babes. Family. Friends. See. Things I like to do: fitness, nature, positivity, centered, smart. Connection, nature, centered, centered, connection, art, centered, connection, leading, art, centered, connection, art, centered, connection, art, centered, connection, love, pleasure, connection, inspiration, leading, smarts, connection, inspiration, leading, smarts, fitness, connection, fitness. This site has inspired me, and I'm absolutely determined to live the fast lane life. I actually can relate to this step right now, as I currently own, and when I say own I mean I bought it outright, a 2007 Dodge Charger, and I am selling it in order to start my business. I worked very hard for it and realized that although it is a bit scary to sell something that I worked so hard for, I would rather drive a Pose for 5 years and be a multi-millionaire than drive this car that drains my bank account. It's funny because every time I get in it I am less and less impressed with it, because all I see is a waste of money. Now I love cars, and I never thought I would say that, but it is not my dream car and doesn't really fit anywhere into my plans later on in life. I bought it because it was a good deal, and I realize I can potentially make a profit off of it after driving it for almost a year, and I would rather have $20,000 $30,000 to put towards my new business rather than drive it around in college. Alright, so it took me a few hours, but I read all 18 pages and did the steps assigned to get my plan started. I have always kept track of my money, so I used some figures that I knew, and I started an Excel sheet with purchases that I am going to make. But since I am in college, I haven't really had any expenses except $20 for pizza a week ago, and $50 for gas last Sunday when I went to visit my girlfriend's mum in another state.
So here is what I came up with: adventures.
If I wanted anything, I had to work for it, which made me frugal in some senses, but I do spend money on items that I feel have purpose. iPod Nano, €, something small and portable with a touch screen for easy use while I work out. To other people the items I have might seem like a waste, but in my mind there is a reason. Having multiple water bottles or TVs, €, having a TV in both my college dorm room and my house makes it convenient when I travel back and forth, just like having multiple water bottles and shakers makes it convenient for me to have a pre-workout shake, intra-shake, and post-shake. Most of the large items that I purchase I shop around for and get at great deals, so that I will say that recently the one purchase I made and no longer want is my 2007 Dodge Charger RRT $17,200 AWD, V8 Hemi. I put a custom exhaust on it, $1,200. Halo headlights $299. Custom paint job $2,000. Diablo Sport Predator tuner $400. The list goes on. I spent a ton of money on it and it is so fun driving it, but I would rather start a business with the money, which is why I am selling it this spring. It is a rip-off, so I will be moving into an apartment with my roommates and it should be at least $2,000 cheaper, just off of the cost of living. Since I will then no longer be forced into purchasing a $2,300, $2,700 meal plan. I will most likely be spending $200 a month on food or less if I shop with my roommates and we go to Costco, a Euro TMS or Euro TMS. I know the $200 a month figure because I shopped for myself for a few months and that is what I lived off of in that area of spending. I plan on selling my car, which will give me the capital for my business that I need, and I want to buy a cheap, old car that gets decent fuel mileage. I can do the work on it myself, which will cost me time, but it will be immensely cheaper, especially on gas and insurance. I currently own two motorcycles. One was a starter bike and the other was a nicer one I purchased from my friend for extremely cheap, and I am in the process of selling the starter bike. I want to keep one bike because I have already faced the facts that I need one to keep me sane, and in this aspect I am going to argue with Russ and say there is a reason for having a bike, and a newer one at that. Those are: one, for the convenience of needing it to be reliable, as I usually take my bikes on long trips from Rhode Island to Massachusetts, roughly 96 miles, and two, it costs me less in a new bike in gas than it does with an older bike, or my car. Other than that, at home I live with my grandmother who does not Euro TMT charge me rent because I am in school, so the only real bills I have are my phone $70 a month, gas $240 a month, which hopefully will be reduced by switching cars, haircuts $20 a month, Clothing $400 or year €1. I go through shoes like water, supplements and vitamins $500 or year, insurance $2,280 or year for my bike and car €1. This will lower by $1,000 when I switch cars, maybe more, and a monthly allowance of $50 that is spent on anything random that I have to purchase or pay for. My monthly expenses are, excluding my housing and meal plan through the school, I almost always pay for everything up front and in fully. Insurance, I get better discounts to pay the entirety of it at the beginning of each year, so I don't €TMT consider a lot of things part of a monthly expense. However, the number that I come up with is $1,111.57. It might not seem like a lot to adults who have a full-time job, but I think that is a lot compared to other college students. I have always been very conscious of my credit cards and my bank accounts. However, this past September was the first month in 3 years that I have not paid off my credit cards in full because I transferred schools and the books were a bit more expensive. But I almost have them paid off completely. I have been using to track my money recently, but I have always kept track of all my money spent. My mother pays for my doctor EUROTMS bills and dentist visits, so I don't EUROTMT have to worry about that, and everything else is pretty much covered when I set aside money for it at the beginning of each year. The only loans I have are for my schooling and EUROTMV made a few payments on the interest. I have a lot of scholarships and grants, so that helps. I actually have tried not to spend money recently because I hate debt and I have purchased everything that I need or want at the moment, so I have no real need other than the occasional nicety. My school has fire drills once a month, and every time I am caught at 3 a.m. or coming out of the shower, I grab my backpack and throw in my external HD that contains pictures, documents, information, etc. broken bar, both my laptops, my iPad and iPods, my wallet, keys, and I always have all my personal documents and things of that nature in a fireproof safe under my bed. Those are just the things I instinctually grab because it would be a hassle to replace them. The rest of the stuff can go and is replaceable and not worth my time to struggle to bring out, even though I live on the ground floor and I could throw everything out my window. If I had to move computer $3,000 safe. If I cannot purchase anything after the move, I would take my car, motorcycle, some clothes and suits, and some sports equipment as well. I have most of my information stored in at least 3 places, and I make sure to have all my gadgets work in conjunction with one another. The mobile EAM application on my iPad lets me track my other Apple devices, computer, and phone on a GPS. And my phone and laptops can track the iPad as well. I know how useless AT&T is when it comes to having an iPhone stolen, so I try to prevent that before it happens. I have had my wallet stolen once as well, and I know how much of a hassle it is to replace it, so of course the EUROTMD take that. My inventory list isn't a EUROTMT too large because I moved a lot as a teenager and most of my childhood belongings got destroyed in the 4 floods. EUROTMV hard a broken bar, so most of the purchases are from the past 5 years and fit my lifestyle. However, EUROTMM used to living in one small room where I keep all my belongings. Every time I moved I kept less and less, and it has definitely helped me consolidate my life. EUROTMV always had sleeping problems though, so again if I can't EUROTMT buy anything I would have to bring my bed, which is better than sleeping in my car. Here's an old thread that needs a bump. What to kill a thread. So glad to have found it via unum.bump. Bump. It's a bit late here already, but it will be a good weekend exercise. Russ plan thread. This is a really great thread. But it made me realize I have no proper hobbies whatsoever. Maybe I need to work on that. Freedom, education, financial security, development or growth, inquisitiveness, open-mindedness, my girlfriend, any environment which is intense and quick and productive, myself, as it is quite important to be able to think working to achieve my vision. Listening to podcasts while walking an hour a day, learning or watching interviews with successful billionaires, listening to audiobooks quicker to get through, traveling around London, although not done that much recently. £600 or m rent including all bills, £35 or m phone bill, food at approx £5 or d various other bits, leaves me with about £500 from my salary left over. Just my home and phone, laptop, mobile and wallet, nothing except the above, like TV, laptop, camera, camcorder, clothes, stereo, PS3. I am pleased that I have no monthly expenses other than my mobile phone. All of my goods have already been saved for or paid in full. Great postman, this is a big help to someone who is a newbie in business. This would give us an idea to develop our plan correctly. Thanks guys. I'm looking forward for the step to take action. Cheers. Amazing thread that needs a bump. Everyone from newbie to veteran can benefit from it. Dig in. I read through this last night and almost did the same thing. Great thread. Awesome thread. Still reading through it, but I had to stop with this. This is why you don't buy sports cars before you go fast lane, folks. I'd like to lay this out here for you guys. I did what MJ did, only I was poorer. The first taste of success I got, I ran out and bought a C5 Corvette. Mine was used though. Here's where the story gets sad. The difference between what it cost me buy my 1998 Corvette and drive it 30,000 miles 2 years, and what it cost to buy my 2000 Insight Hybrid and drive 30,000 miles 2 years. In 2 years. What could you do with $17,000? The Corvette is a cheap, reliable sports car. My friend has a 1994 NSX and spent $21,000 in 3 years, exclusive of the purchase price, to DD that car, another of the cheapest and most reliable. What about people who buy Porsches, or Mies or AMGs? What do they pay every year? How much would they be if that money was going towards their fast lane plan? I'll have more updates to my liquidity defense series later this week in the Mindset, Motivation, Choices to show you how to get free of this bullshit, get tons of spare cash, and get to the point where you can put your best foot forward when buying transportation, rather than shooting yourself in it. It's the only thing that allowed me to start the journey out of the slow lane. I nominate this thread for that gold thread status. I'm sure you'd agree that being fiscally responsible is crucial to being able to create any kind of wealth, and more importantly holding on to it and building it. Proper goal setting and understanding who you are also super important. This thread lays it out pretty clearly and in great detail. It doesn't really meet your criteria, but it has clearly helped a lot of people, myself included, to take control over my finances as well as my life in general. Deserves to be gilded in my opinion. I actually did this. Got rid of everything that didn't fit into 2 medium-sized suitcases, sold almost everything and packed the rest into boxes to drop off at the local Salvation Army. Before I dropped it off, I went through the depressing and tedious process of mentally calculating how much I'd paid for everything in the boxes and what that total came to in terms of hours worked. It is really illuminating to declutter your life. And I'm speaking from the perspective of someone who used to be a super consumerist. I had more than enough clothes, and shoes, in my closet with price tags still on them. You know, clothes that I meant to wear someday. Anyway, that experience really changed something. As well as becoming obsessed with providing a service rather than buying stuff. Creating something from scratch is one of the most exciting addictions I've ever known, and it served to pretty much obliterate my interest in buying stuff. A great mind trick that works really well for me when I really want to buy something is to turn it around and ask myself, who else wants this? Why do they want this? Can I service this market somehow? And even if I come up with no answers, it gets my brain started on a new line of thinking, one that turns the thought process away from wanting to buy to wanting to sell instead. It's also really helpful to calculate things based on labor I could hire instead. Like, realizing that the gorgeous peacoat that really tempted me could pay for a full-time writer for a month was enough to make me walk away. Oh, and in all honesty, All those things that I thought I'd never be able to live without, can totally live without. People still like you even if you don't want to go out to posh dinners all the time. Guys don't seem to care whether you're wearing jeans or a designer dress. And life feels so much freer when you realize you're mostly free of the desire to buy stuff. Also, for years, I read books that gave me all kinds of good ideas and strategies for wealth. I felt that if I understood the concept, I had gained the value of whatever exercise the book wanted me to do. I was wrong. As in life, the key to success is doing, not reading about it and thinking how cool your life will be if or when you do it. We talk about the fast lane all the time. The fast lane is about doing, not just talking or dreaming about it. Some of the best words ever uttered on this forum. Russ H. is the man. Tragedy. This isn't gold. Love this part of your comment. Quick question for you. How often do you encounter the following types of people? 1. Average scripted person who has no idea about their money and have voiced their frustration. 2. Budding entrepreneur probably on this forum who complains they don't even have enough to bootstrap a startup. I'd be interested in your or anyone's for that matter comments concerning these two types of people listed. Bump to a good old thread.